Thank you. Dr. Rosenberg?
Let's pray together. There are different ways of praying. You pray your way, I'll pray my way, and everybody will be happy. Our Father in heaven, in the Hebrew Bible, the city leaders met for city business at the gates of the city. They served as keepers of the gate to protect its citizens. Lord Jesus Christ, likewise, you've raised up the men and women of our city council to be the gatekeepers for San Bernardino. Lord, I pray for each individual member that he or she may, with discernment and wisdom, keep out of our city people who will divide us from one another, people who are prejudiced and hateful. Keep away people who will bring conflict, people who will bring crime and violence. And open wide our city gates to people who will protect the good name of San Bernardino, people who love their neighbors, people who take responsibility for the improvement of our city, people who will embrace our beautiful diversity as a strength, people who will spread the mantle of peace. Thank you, Lord Jesus Christ, for each council member. Bless each one. And even today, O Lord, may this prayer take effect. In Jesus Christ's holy, healing name we pray. Amen.
This time I'd like to invite Daniel Rhodes from Emerton Elementary School to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Put your right hand over your heart. Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Danielle, and thank you, Dr. Rosenberg. You may be seated. Thank you. We have no appointments this evening. I would like to take a few moments and provide a brief update of the Mayor's Conference that was held in Washington, D.C. back in January. I was able to attend a number of meetings, and one of the meetings that I was able to attend had a number of speakers. One was Senator John Cornyn, from Texas, and his topic was the Federal Police Act, whereby active shooter training funds were made available through the mental health, $2 billion that are being made available for active training. Also during that same session, there was an educational task force that was held. One of the speakers was Jorge Alorza from Providence, and he spoke about Providence Talks, a program by which they are reaching out to 0 to 36 to be able to improve early learning. At a subsequent workshop, I was able to listen to William Ford, the executive chairman of Ford Motor Company, and he talked about the human impact of smart mobility and autonomous vehicles. Another meeting had the opportunity to hear Mayor Bill de Blasio, and he spoke about mental health and the need for also hiring police and bringing police and communities together. talked about healthy families. Had the opportunity to attend a criminal social justice workshop. Charles Ramsey spoke. He talked about 21st century policing. Spoke about the need to evaluate the entire criminal justice system, and the last commission that had been formed and took on that challenge was back in 1965 under President Johnson. Another workshop held was on childhood obesity, and the speaker was speaking about the need for addressing that particular ailment in our society. Had an opportunity to also attend an International Affairs Committee. Talked about a number of issues. On Thursday morning, there was a Women's Mayors Leadership Alliance, which was open to all. It was not restricted to women mayors. One of the speakers was Major General Laura Robertson, who gave an update on the current status of the military. She reported that recently the military had opened up over 200,000 new positions to females to serve. Another speaker was Jeff Speck, who talked about autonomous vehicles. He provided 10 rules for mayors. One of those rules was to understand transit geometry. One of his quotes was, "Even autonomous vehicles must follow the laws of physics, and there is no getting around the fact that one New York L train carries as many commuters per hour as 2,000 cars. Each bus replaces about 50 cars. Even swarming autonomous vehicles will never come close to providing the service of a well-used transit vehicle. Replacing transit with autonomous vehicles in congested city centers would cripple mobility. They must be understood as a supplement, not a solution." One of the last meetings that I attended was a meeting whereby the Surgeon General spoke. At that meeting, he talked about the problems that we're facing with drug abuse and indicated recent studies had shown that there's approximately 20 million people in the United States that are suffering from that. Mayor's Conference is an annual conference that is held to allow mayors to come together and to find different ways of treating the different ailments that each of our communities are faced with. Next, we will have a bankruptcy update by Management Partners.
Mayor?
Yes.
Just a quick question, clarification. Regarding the agenda today, we have a 5 p.m. open session scheduled. As pertains to public comments on closed session items, when will those be taken up, as we are not having our normal schedule of items? Looks like we'll be taking closed session after open session?
Correct. Thank you for pointing that out. So we'll ask for closed session comments just before we go into closed session.
Okay.
All right. Thank you. Mr. Belknap?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and members of the council. I'm Andy Belknap with Management Partners. I'm here to present you with the monthly update on the bankruptcy. And I'm happy to say that this should be probably the second to last update on the bankruptcy, because we are doing what we collectively said we were going to do some months ago, and have worked through the recovery plan. have worked through the court hearings. So on January 27th, at the bankruptcy court, the judge, you've probably seen it in the news stories, basically said that she was going to sign a confirmation order essentially approving the city's plan for exiting bankruptcy. She actually did sign the order yesterday afternoon, so we received a copy of the confirmation order. You all will receive a copy of it. It is very much like what the city submitted as a draft. We didn't have any major surprises. And in fact, the third-party injunction that was very important to the city in connection with some civil litigation was approved by the judge. She basically approved that. That's something that bankruptcy people will talk about going forward, because this was the first time that had really been done. So we believe, the bankruptcy team believes, that we'll be able to, as it's called, go effective on the plan, which really means you're not in bankruptcy anymore, in March or April. At that time, the disbursements will be made to anybody that is owed money under the plan, and/or there will be a signed agreement as to how those folks are going to be paid. So the court was laudatory toward the city in terms of everything that you've done, in terms of reforming how the city operates and changing the economics of the city. And she said that, in her view, that the city was going to have a prosperous future. We do think that it's likely that there will be one or more appeals to the city's to the judge's order. Most likely that would come from some civil litigants, but we don't know that yet. The deadline is later this month. The thing about the bankruptcy, though, is even if we have an appeal, the confirmation order would not ordinarily be stayed, so we'd be able to continue doing what we need to do. A lot has changed here in San Bernardino since 2012, and I would always, bankruptcy is never a good thing. Sometimes it's a necessary thing. It's never a good thing. It was extremely painful for city employees, retirees, and creditors. They all lost. They all absorbed financial losses. The city's plan provides about $350 million in one-time and ongoing expenditure savings and cost restructurings over the next 20 years, because the city couldn't afford to pay everything that it owed and had to change the way it was operating. And as many of you will recall, we were here in April of 22 months ago, actually, when we approved the recovery plan that we've subsequently worked through. The further work that's necessary, there is further work that's necessary. The whole time that we've been working on our recovery plan, CalPERS has been throwing us curveballs. We haven't, they've now, in December of 2016, they voted to drop their investment earnings assumption from 7.5% to 7%, so that's impacting the city. This city of San Bernardino, like every other city in California, CalPERS has subsequently indicated that they're going to continue, quote-unquote, they've made up a new word, de-risking the plan, designed to lower the rate of return assumption over time. We're updating the fiscal model, and we'll be providing further details on that, but it's not something that, it's not unique to San Bernardino. It's something that every city in the state has got to deal with. So in conclusion, that original plan of adjustment that the mayor and the city council approved in April of 2015, 22 months ago, has been largely implemented. And it's generally worked as designed. We're seeing the kind of cost savings that we anticipated, kind of revenues that we anticipated. I have to say that the CalPERS issues were not anticipated, so we've had to deal with those as they've come along. But the good news is that nothing is going to happen immediately, and the city has a chance to make changes to revenue and expenditure assumptions in order to address those issues. So that concludes what I have to say. I'd be happy to answer any questions. And like I said, this should be about the last time you see me as your bankruptcy consultant. Maybe one more time.
Councilman Schreck?
I just want to say publicly, Andy or Mr. Belknap, that the judge was very complimentary of the team, what took place over the last 4 years. It's been a long haul. I was originally with the bankruptcy negotiation team and saw it from day one, and the council over the last 4 years has done a lot of heavy lifting, and we're now to a point. So I'm really just commending you and the team, Stradling Yoka and our legal, Paul Glassman, yourself and management partners, Mike Bush and his team from Urban Futures, and of course our staff that have worked very, very diligently. The public, I think, sees us as spending the amount of money that we spent and the length of time that we spent, but I don't think they really understand that bankruptcy, I think it's been said here before, is expensive.
Oh, yeah.
But it has put us back on the track for fiscal solvency, and it's going to benefit us and the citizens of San Bernardino down the road. So I think it's also been said that the numbers that we've spent, though they sound high, they're perfectly in line with other municipal bankruptcies that have gone through the courts. So again, I'm just, I tried and almost attended every court hearing, and again, I think I think you need to really stress the fact that this Judge Meredith Jury, was very complimentary and very supportive of all the work that's been done, and I just want to publicly thank you and your team and congratulate the city and everybody that's a part of it, and we can get these few little housekeeping things done over the next 30, 60 days, and then really go back to work. So thank you very much.
Well, thank you for that, and I'd like to recognize the hard work that the city staff and the city council did, because that's really what this was built on.
Councilmember Marquez.
Thank you, Your Honor. I too want to compliment you, Andy, and the rest of the team. I believe Councilmember Charette and I are the original 2 council members that were here when we pulled the trigger in August of 2012, and it was one of the most difficult decisions that I've had to make. I remember if it were yesterday, because this entire chambers was packed with people. They didn't want us to file bankruptcy, but we couldn't no longer pay our employees. That's how bad it was. Fast forward to 2017, we've outsourced our fire integrated waste, which was a wise decision because we're back on solid footing. But I think that residents need to understand that it was a complicated process. We had very lengthy negotiations with the bargaining units as well as retirees and our creditors. We are the 3rd city to file bankruptcy. I'm sure there will be more throughout California. It took a long time, 4 years.
No, there's 4 cities.
4 cities.
Yeah.
I stand corrected, but
Yeah.
We're the last one, correct?
Right.
So it's been quite daunting, but we see light at the end of the tunnel. I believe at our last bankruptcy hearing on January the 27th, the mayor, council members Charette, Malvahill, and myself were in attendance, and the judge was very complimentary on how we handled this whole thing and wished us a lot of success in our endeavors, and I believe we'll become the model city for rising from the ashes. So thank you.
Thank you. I also want to add my appreciation for the experience that you brought to the table, having been involved in the bankruptcy with Stockton, and also Mr. Glassman's former experience with Orange County. I think that added a great deal of depth and discernment as we move through the unique challenges that San Bernardino was faced. You brought that counsel and ability for the city to be able to put together its plan. It was a unique plan for the city of San Bernardino, but I do believe that we had a great deal of value added to the bankruptcy team as you joined it. So thank you very much. Appreciate your
Thank you, Mayor.
report this afternoon.
Thank you, Mayor.
We'll turn the time over to the chamber. Is there anyone here from the chamber? I don't see anyone from the chamber. All right. We will now move to consent calendar. Move approval. Thank you. We have a motion. we'll go to public comments. Scott Olson.
You know, I'm a little bit confused. Are the earthquakes coming or not? I thought we couldn't be in this building because the earthquakes were coming. The earthquakes were coming. We're moving. Yet we're here. Welcome to San Bernardino. It's a ping-pong ball over the abyss sometimes. You know, Sunday was Super Bowl. And a lot of people are saying that the Monday after Super Bowl should be a national holiday for the simple reason that so many people miss work, including City Hall. We missed our City Council meeting last Monday. Now, most people go back to work on Tuesday, but we take till Wednesday. Welcome to San Bernardino. The issue here that I want to talk about is 5D. It's the city manager. A month, 30-day. He was already on a one-year probation that had a 30-day notice.
It's not on the agenda.
That's the agenda I received from the city clerk dated the...
That was an agenda for Monday's meeting. The agenda for today's meeting has been posted, and if you need a copy of it, I can get that for you.
I went to and got the copy from you guys.
So
Well,
5D is
I guess 5D is not on here, so I'm not speaking about it. But, you know, to sum it all up, this is why we in San Bernardino get frustrated. This is why we have so little faith in our government, because we don't even know what day we're meeting. We don't even know what the agenda is. Even when we try to stay on top of it, we end up with this kind of a situation. And this is why I get so frustrated, because our city we can't even get the basics right. Thank you.
Mayor, I'd like to make a comment on that.
Councilman.
I've said so many times that I don't engage some of the public speakers up here, but indeed, we made a mistake. There was a mistake made on Monday, and I suppose no one in the audience has ever made a mistake. It certainly isn't our intention to not post something, but it was an oversight. It was a mistake, a simple mistake that happens from time to time. And to make it sound as though we're not here because of Super Bowl or because of some other reason, it's just disingenuous, and it's not fair, it's not right to let the public believe that that we're not doing our job. You've just heard us talk about the hard work that's been done over the past 4 years for the bankruptcy and other things, and I just got a memo here, I haven't read it yet, but from our city manager talking about all the things that we've done over the last few years. So I'm prepared to forgive one human error. In the 8 years that I've been here, that has never happened. True, it shouldn't happen, and I don't think it will again, but to make it sound as though we don't know what we're doing is just disingenuous, and I just won't accept it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. That concludes public speaking for our consent calendar. We have a motion to approve. Do we have a second? Thank you. We have a motion and a second.
The motion to approve the consent calendar was made by Mr. Charette. It was seconded by Ms. Marquez, and it passed unanimously.
Thank you. The next item on our agenda is item 6A. This is a recommendation by Community Development Department to adopt a resolution of the Mayor and City Council of the City of San Bernardino, California, approving the Theater Square strategic plan for the Regal Theater site located at the northwest corner of 4th and E Street. Mr. Persico, anxious to hear this report. Thank you.
Well, yes, thank you, Council. Mayor and council members, community. We're all very excited to be here tonight. This project has been in the works for quite a while. I have a brief presentation on the staff report, and then we have Vaughn Davies from AECOM and John Franzen here to also make a presentation, and I believe the council has copies of both presentations. So I will begin first by going through a little bit about the project vision so people understand really what we're trying to accomplish through this project. The first is to really reuse and redevelop both Theater Square and the Carousel Mall project, and to create a meeting place in downtown, a place for the community to gather, for people to come out, meet old friends, make new friends, to have a community gathering place. And above all, we want to create a sustainable project, a project that's both fiscally sustainable through the creation or formation of a business improvement district, and then environmentally sustainable through the design guidelines. There's actually two parts to the strategic plan. The first is the plan itself, which talks about uses on the property and how much will be built, and I'll briefly go through a little bit of background and then go into some of the objectives. The City Council approved the exclusive negotiating agreement in November of 2015, and then more recently on August 15th of last year, the Council approved the first phase of the project, which is Theater Square. Theater Square is a 5.5-acre site, which includes the 14-screen Regal Theater as well as the California Theater. And it will accommodate up to 25,000 square feet of new retail and restaurant space. Phase 2 is demolition of the Carousel Mall, 43 acres, and then ultimate redevelopment of that. As we've said in the past, the two historic structures, I know there's been a lot of talk about that, the Harris Building and the Andreessen Building, both of those buildings are not a part of this project and will remain. This is a view of the site, just to familiarize everybody with it. It's at the northwest corner of 4th Street and E Street. Quickly going through the objectives, again, is to leverage the brand of Regal Cinema. I think many people have heard me say that this Regal Cinema is one of the top producing properties in the entire Regal chain. It brings in approximately 800,000 visitors a year to our downtown. So very significant within the Regal chain. And the idea is to, with the end of redevelopment, cities need to sell off all of the properties that they own. The city does own the Regal Cinema and the adjacent property, and we will be selling that property off. The proceeds from that will be used to demolish the mall. And again, to create a focal meeting place within the downtown and maintain high-quality design standards. There are, as I mentioned, two parts to this. The second part are the design guidelines, which really speak to, again, the architecture of the property. And what we want to do is guarantee that the new construction is compatible with the existing historic downtown fabric. It's not to say that you couldn't have modernist architecture, because in a lot of places around the U.S. and in the world, you have modernist buildings adjacent to historic buildings, but that has to be done sensitively. I won't go through all of these, but again, talking about sustainable design and fiscal sustainability for the project. Again, talking about connections, trying to assure that there are good connections between the existing property and anything that gets built and what's within the downtown. Talking real quickly about some of the fiscal impacts, we've had a lot of questions, obviously, about fiscal impacts. So there is the opportunity for 25,000 square feet of new restaurant and retail space to be built on the property. We are, as again, with the end of redevelopment, required to sell off the property. and it's estimated that the sale will generate about $10 million in net proceeds, and that money will be used to demolish the mall. Separate council action will be required once a buyer has been identified for the property, and the council will have a subsequent action on the land sale. Real briefly talking about next steps, we're very happy to be here, as I say, but there's still quite a bit of work to do. The first one is to reach a compensation agreement with the county, and that conversation has already started with the county. The council will be, again, when the council is reviewing a purchase and sale agreement to whoever will ultimately buy the property. At that point, the council will be asked to dedicate the use of those funds to the Carousel Mall. There's also the development side of things. Whoever does decide to purchase the property, and there's been a lot of interest on the part of developers. Whoever does ultimately buy the property would work with city staff going through the usual development and environmental review process, so review by planning staff, public works staff, police, fire. Building plan check, that process is approximately 24 to 36 months long. And then the final step, like I had mentioned, was the creation of a business improvement district. A lot of cities across the nation have used business improvement districts, and that's where the businesses and or property owners within the defined boundaries pay an additional charge, and those revenues stay within the boundaries of the district, and it's used to fund security, maintenance, and promotional opportunities. So again, this is just a representative sample of what the buildings might look like. Not to say that they would definitely be modernist buildings, because there is a way to do both modern and historic architecture simultaneously. With that, I will take any brief questions on the staff report, and then I will turn it over to Vaughn Davies.
Councilmember Marquez.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Mark, for your presentation. I know you've taken the lead with this along with Mr. Francine, I'm excited about this project. This is going to be a game changer once it's completed, and it'll show the world that the city of San Bernardino is capable of doing some extraordinary things. I do have a question regarding the Business Improvement District. Do we currently have any BIDs throughout the city?
The city of San Bernardino does not have any bids.
Did we have one at one time?
There was, I should say, a parking district in downtown that was formed, from what I've been able to put together, was formed in the mid-1980s and was dissolved in the mid-1990s.
But from the reading that I was doing, these are standard to have a BID.
Very standard for cities to have business improvement districts. The city of Santa Monica has a very successful business improvement district.
At the Promenade?
Yes. The city of Pasadena, all of Old Town Pasadena is within a business improvement district. So they are very widely used. And they do tend to generate quite a lot of revenue. Again, it's dedicated because it's generated within the geographic boundaries of the district. That's where the money is put back into.
Thank you.
Certainly.
Councilmember Nickel.
Yeah, I received a couple questions on this item. The first, what is the remaining term on the agreement with Regal?
Regal has a lease which I believe expires in about 4 years, and they do have some options beyond that, and we've already started discussions with Regal because we are the property owner. We've started discussions about a lease extension, so we're aware of that term, and we're working to get that extended.
Okay. And then in terms of any tenant commitments for the additional construction and facilities?
There haven't been any commitments because at this point there's nothing for people, to commit to. But John Franzen, who is a retail expert, John's had a lot of discussions. I've met with a couple of those individuals, the city manager has also been in a couple of those meetings. But at this point, nobody's been able to sign a letter of intent because there is nothing that they're committing to. But there's definitely a lot of interest in the marketplace.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Councilmember Charette?
In reference to, and I've heard them as P bids, I don't know what the P stands for, I know what bid stands for, but, and they do work. We've tried some here in the community. The problem in some cases has been that all the property owners within that designated area need to buy in. And so that's not always real easy to get everybody to agree to it, but it is beneficial to them, and I certainly support the idea, and it would work real well here. Again, I think Virginia and I were the only ones back when the Regal Theater was, when we were fighting over whether we should keep that or sell it or what have you, and we stuck to our guns with the leadership of a former mayor that happens to, I see him sitting in the audience, Pat Morris. It was a decision that we wrestled with, but we saw the value in hanging on to that asset. It was not an easy decision, and it was fought tooth and nail, but we managed to keep it, and it's going to turn out to be of great value. I'm convinced. As well as, to answer Mr. Nichols' questions, we had all the people lined up. John Franson had them all lined up. They were ready to go into those other auditoriums there at the Regal. And that's when our illustrious governor pulled the rug out from under us with redevelopment. But we had that program put together, and I'm convinced with the team that's come back that we'll get it back again, and that will be a real showcase for our downtown development and a really good catalyst for us to springboard and revitalize that downtown. So congratulations, Mayor Morris. You were right. I was glad I stuck with you on it. Virginia and I did. And it turned out to be the right decision on the Regal Theater. And so we're ready to move forward. This is a great program and a great plan, and I'm real excited about it. Thank you.
So if there aren't any other questions at this point, I will turn it over to Vaughn Davies, and he's got a whole separate presentation.
Thank you, Mark. Mayor Davis, City Council, City Manager, staff, thank you very much for having us be here today. Mark, is this my presentation, or where do I find my presentation? You're going to bring it up. It's really great to be here today when hearing the announcement about your bankruptcy. It's one of the milestones that I think the development community has been waiting with bated breath to hear and to be able to move forward with you. So this first image that we have here is really just to remind everybody of our expectation for the city in years to come. It's a long-term vision, but you've already built much of this. The transit center is in the foreground, is operating already with your SBX, and it will be a future connection throughout the community all the way into Riverside and beyond, and connect you back to the city of Los Angeles. So we see a long-term vision here, a long-term strategy, and what we are is sort of a catalyst for this that will be refocus the attention throughout the region, I think, on downtown San Bernardino. Mark already went through in detail the goals and objectives, but just to remind you very clearly, you have a great asset in the Regal Theaters, and we need to leverage that. It's one of the national brands that is sort of unsurpassed by its competitors. It is 800,000 hungry mouths coming to the movies every year that we need to feed in our food and beverage in downtown. There's no reason for them to get in the car and drive away. So it's that kind of simple line drawn from the theater tickets to the food and beverage to revitalizing that theater square that is so important to us. Being able to monetize that asset and bring revenue to the city for future development, for great streets and open space, I think is critical. When people think about downtown, we want them to know, we'll meet you downtown, that there is a great place, and that's why we want to have this wonderful jewel of a green space in front of the movie theaters. That'll be your first great place to go to, but the plan is to add a number of those over the time. To be family-friendly and safe in the downtown, and to establish a high standard of quality for downtown that we're able to maintain and sustain throughout future development. We're very fortunate to have great neighbors, and I'll just walk you through to remind the community who may be watching. Fairview Ford, in the bottom left-hand corner of the slide, one of the best car dealerships in the region. Wonderful neighbor for us to have. They're very excited about what we're doing. We're very excited about their future in the downtown. Teleku, one of the best seniors housing projects, again in the region. The California Theater, which we hope will be maintain its proud and prominent position in the community. Regal Theaters, the Caltrans building, the county at the end of Court Street, City Hall, the Andreessen building, Harris building, Starbucks. And we hope to remove the obstacle in the middle, which is really the derelict mall, and put the streets back through so that really everybody on these new city blocks that get created by the new streets have these as their great neighbors to build a new community on a foundation for that community. We're also very, very blessed, the city is blessed, in that you have an abundance of parking downtown. There are 5,000 spaces across the street or on our site in the city parking garage in Caltrans's lot. All of these are what can be added to what Mr. Charette mentioned, a PBID, a Parking and Business Improvement District, to be able to ultimately monetize that as an opportunity and certainly alleviate the concern that most developers have of having to build parking and provide parking in the early stages when we can hardly justify that. So as we go through the motions of moving people around and developing new buildings, we'll be moving them with their parking to available parking, and ultimately we hope that we will be able to build new parking for the final phase of the project in a mixed-use formula that is a higher-end product. So we anticipate establishing a vital mix of uses. I think that's really important. Having the nighttime district and the theater district established up front, again, is one of the hardest things for any developer to do, is to get a movie theater into a project. We have one, so we're blessed to have that as our anchor at the north end of the site. And now all we have to do is connect the pieces together to create this vibrant mix of uses. So we anticipate having entertainment and cultural uses, adding to the movie theaters, adding to the California Theater, perhaps some gallery space, exhibition space, retail on all the ground floors, so there is a vibrant, active storefronts that people look into as they walk these streets. Mixed-use buildings that would be on top of this. The old mom-and-pop model of living above the store in its modern configuration is 2 or 3 stories of apartment buildings above. We have standalone residential. We've talked about this in the past with KB Home and others. So there will be ground-up residential districts, many districts that will be built throughout. We've had great interest in a charter school, an urban product for an urban special school in the downtown that would support this community and the community at large, and even hospitality uses. We're looking at bringing a new brand of hotel to the downtown that would serve this community and serve the businesses and the visitors to the county facilities. So first off, the Theatre Square. In your package, we describe the inline stores and the pad spaces. The inline stores are what are numbered 1 through 6 on this diagram. They're essentially the abandoned theaters that are no longer part of the 14 cinema complex, and they need to be outward facing. So at a minimum, putting new storefronts into that, or even a second option, which is to remove that wall and to do a new build for new buildings in front of the Regal Theater, which I think will bring it more in line with the character of the historic theater, California Theater, and other buildings, rather than the big brown box that it is today. The next phase would be the pad stores, development, which would be primarily food and beverage, perhaps on 7 and 8 that you see here, and the green space that will be reserved as a dual open space for the community. You see the Theatre Square Plaza here. This is a wonderful place for cafe dining, for those retail pads to spill out onto, or to have small events, art shows, gatherings that are to do with the tenants or some of the cultural elements within the neighborhood. The design guidelines Mark has been through and mentioned a little bit. Again, these are to guarantee that as developers come in, they're well behaved. We don't want to take things to chance, and we want the developers to be responding to what we desire and what we hope for the best, moving forward with the best foot first on these projects. So again, the yellow spaces, the inline stores that will be recast as retail and food and beverage, and then the orange ones, which would be the standalone new buildings out in front. Some images, it's always hard to describe what it's going to look like, but if we look around in Southern California, these are some of the streets that we find in local communities and some of the tenants. So we hope to have this kind of an experience for the community where there is casual dining, sidewalk dining, an opportunity to meet folks and sit outside on a sunny day and enjoy the environment after going to the theater, California Theater, or going to the movies. So again, the 800,000 hungry mouths that we want to feed on these beautiful plazas. We have established a series of design guidelines, and this is just a sample of it, looking at the signage. There are, in the signage package, essentially 3 different types of signs. The storefront signs, so to make sure that we have storefronts providing their brand in an appropriate fashion and signing that there will be wall signs on the building. You already have some great signs that are on top of the historic California Theater, so we want to encourage that kind of thing that shows that it's a vital and active space with movie posters and advertising events. And then beyond the site, even at its extremities, we want to have some marquee signs that would announce the district. So announcing Theater Square as an initial district and ultimately the Carousel District as a great place within the region. You'll see in your package that there are 2 options. The first one illustrates essentially the yellow boxes, which are recasting the inline spaces with simple storefronts. In this diagram, the orange line, above the orange line, is what Regal Theaters ultimately owns as a building, and you can see the 6 spaces in front, which could be recast as new spaces with new storefronts. The second option essentially demolishes those storefronts and rebuilds the building. The reason for offering these 2 options is that we have heard from some tenants that they would like second-level spaces. These could be dance studios or gymnasiums or other uses that would not be appropriate on the ground floor, but if a developer did want to come in, or a tenant, and do something that required a second level, it would be very difficult to achieve in the current building configuration. So we could see this being either a mix and match where one side is new storefronts and the other one is an entirely new build, which gives a development and a tenant a whole brand new vision of what they want to be. And then the spaces out in front up against the California Theater, we want that to be very respectful of the scale of that building, so nothing that would be taller. It might have a marquee sign on the corner or some branding, but we want to be respectful of the California Theater and its scale and be harmonious with that. And a corner building, as Mark mentioned, something rather iconic. Here you see a number of different tenants under one roof, a sort of iconic roof that could become a new postcard image for this nighttime district and brand it, I think, as a young and vital and vibrant and hip place in the Empire. And again, just showing you a little bit more of how dramatic the change could be when you take out the whole storefront and you suddenly have cafes that can actually spill out of their front facade, or new buildings that can be built to create a whole new brand for that front of the Regal Theaters. The 25,000 square feet is in 2 formats. The inline stores you see here in yellow, and in orange, the 15,000 square feet. We've spoken to tenants that really provide all of these different services. So we are talking about food that would support a lunchtime user. There are a significant amount of people working downtown, I think 14, 15,000, maybe 16,000, John, who again get in the car, and if they don't bring a brown bag lunch or eat in a cafeteria configuration, they drive to Hospitality Lane or somewhere else. We want to make sure they can have an option to walk down the street, walk down the block, and have lunchtime here. In the pad spaces, it might be more of a restaurant configuration, great Mexican food or seafood, a sports bar, maybe even a microbrewery that's in the new building that is more of an evening venue. So we want to serve both daytime and nighttime in this space. And then, of course, the urban green that would have cafe tables from these different users that would spill into it, providing activities and events, music, art shows, etc. And the upper level spaces, as I mentioned, for functions that typically don't need to be at the ground floor, but they can have a second level space, so dance studios, cultural facilities. So we think that's a really exciting, vibrant mix. The next thing to do would be to look across the street. This is not what it looks like today. The Theater Lofts is what we're thinking is a brand that we want to add, or a product we want to bring to what is today a parking garage across the street. We would still have access to it. So you see in the middle of that building near the big, where the big T is, there's an entrance to the parking garage that takes you to the parking garage behind it. but essentially lining that garage with some really wonderful creative live workspaces and lofts downtown. I think with the Andreessen building recently changing hands and the tech and incubator business that is looking at downtown, this is a product that we're seeing all over the country where young professionals are moving into downtowns and are looking for this kind of really hipper kind of space to use, and that would be appropriate across from an entertainment district in downtown. So getting towards that, again, a reminder of how many people we have. All the tenants that John has been speaking to, I think, are very interested in these demographics here. As I mentioned, 17,000 people during the day for lunches within a mile of downtown. 42,000 people within 2 miles. It's not unusual for people, as we know today, to get in the car and drive for lunch and meet their buddies downtown. We want them to do that rather than meet in Hospitality Lane. Residents, within 10 minutes, 250,000 people. Very, very important. That's why the Regal Theatres is so successful. Within 12 miles, which is not unusual to drive to the movies in a suburban neighborhood, 1 million people. And this is what Regal Theatres saw a number of years ago when they decided to come here, was that they saw this as a huge captive audience, and we believe is still unrivaled, even with the new theatres that are being brought to the district. It will hold its own. Regal, we've spoken to, is a firm believer in that as well, and are very interested in the future of their lease and possible future ongoing tenancy downtown. So very important numbers. How do we grow those numbers? The way that we do it is by looking at other communities that have grown on a nighttime district. So I'm talking a little bit here about how do we now piggyback on the success we see for Theatre Square and go across the street. We look at scale comparisons as an example of sort of testing our product. So here you see three images, all the same scale. Theatre Square, the Carousel Mall on the left. In the middle is Paseo, Colorado, and the Convention Center in downtown Pasadena. The entire district fits into that, so you can see 8 or 9 blocks of the city of Pasadena, and the vitality that brings is able to fit onto the Carousel Mall. A little bit further afield, Santana Row, and I show these two as examples because both John and I have worked on these, and we know them intimately, the process of making them happen. Paseo, Colorado is more of a surgical operation with an existing shopping mall where we retained parking and a Macy's that we had to get to move, and eventually replacing today still with a hotel and other components. And Santana Row, which was essentially a new build. They scraped an old shopping mall and they started from scratch. They put the new streets in, they got a boutique hotel, and they got residential and retail product into the mix. And this is what those projects look like today. As they've matured over time, we too hope our district would mature in a similar fashion to bring great addresses to life in the downtown. So the existing site with no streets going through, the existing Carousel Mall, a product that has sort of had its day and is no longer really being built nationally. There are very few shopping malls that today haven't been through what you're going through, so the good thing is you're not the first, and we have lots of lessons to learn from about how to make these successful. Pasadena, as you can see, multiple city blocks, all with great addresses, wonderful places to meet, residential above retail, and great walking districts to promote shopping and cafe dining. Santana Row, again, multiple blocks, a little bit of a different product in it's that it's a larger footprint for the urban blocks, but still great streets that go through and form the addresses for the residential above. Something we're most excited about is once moved from the Theatre Square across the street is to create a new plaza. It might be Carousel Plaza. We want to find a new home and make a new home for the Carousel that is in the retail mall today, that sort of brings its name and transfers some of the history of what we've actually heard grandparents bringing their children and grandchildren to the downtown to re-experience those fond memories of the Carousel. And we'd love to have a town square just like what you see on the bottom of this image, with a carousel right in the middle of it as a new place to meet at the Carousel in downtown. The streets we're calling are what we are known commonly in the industry as a main street format. That means they're not covered. They're open to the air and to the elements and the sunshine that we have blessed with in California. And they allow all the developers and all the tenants to in one way or another, make their mark on the sidewalk, either with merchandise or cafe tables, and bring life and activity to the streets so they spill out into this Main Street format. You see this nearby in downtowns like Orange and Riverside and other places. So it's not uncommon in Southern California, and I think it's something that people are hunger for, in a way, to get away from their laptops and their iPhones and have a real life experience, I like to say, in the downtown. So that's the motivation behind this. Up above would be residential. They would have lobbies that come down to the street level. Again, you see this in Pasadena, you see it in the Grove, you see it in lots of urban product where retail and residential are mixed. So there are developers who are skilled at doing this. It's not something new that we're inventing, but a product that would bring its own amenities, and they would have their own amenities on the upper levels for the tenants and residents. And then these are images of some products, again in Southern California, KB Home and others, who would do ground-up residential, so they would have front doors and stoops on the street, a product that we imagine at 2nd and E Street, or in the western sector of our site as a future product as the product matures, and we can provide home ownership in the downtown. So a little bit of the timeline. As you've heard a lot about Theatre Square, that's the first piece to go. Across the street is the parking. Not included are the Andreessen, who we're delighted to have as neighbors, the Historic California Theatre and the Harris Building. We would then hope to use that opportunity with getting revenue from that to transfer that value to the Carousel Mall site and demolish the blue buildings in this image. That gives us the opportunity to create what we call the public realm. The public realm are the rooms in the city, in the street, the new Carousel Square that I spoke about, modifying 4th Street to be a little bit less car-oriented, more people-oriented, so you can use that for, even if you had an opening in the California Theatre, to close that block and have a great festival in the street for an opening night of a show or something. We want well-behaved streets. 3rd Street will go through where the mall used to be, and at the western end of that we want to create 3rd Street Place, which is a beautiful urban park, an urban green that will become the address, postcard image really, for those residential units above. And on 2nd Street Place, these are all placeholder names essentially. It could be a wonderful thing for the city to sort of start thinking about what they want to call these extensions to their city grid. But essentially the public realm is new streets and sidewalks, plazas, town squares, street lighting, utilities, signage, all the things that a normal, well-behaved urban city have, and I think we want to create in the next phase. The next phase of the transactions are to look at the blocks. So we'll essentially be looking at a block A as the theater block. B, C, D, E, and F are new real estate, essentially, that's created by doing this, that we can then sell in part or in whole to multiple developers who want to do different product in the downtown. And of course, we're delighted that we have, I think, as anchors, some of the classic buildings downtown, the new owners at the Andreessen, the image on the right, on the top left, the Historic California, and we want to create settings that are respectful of those wonderful buildings. I'm going to take you through what we're calling a transactional timeline quickly. What transactional timeline we mean essentially when the deal is cemented between, let's say, a new residential building or a new retail building or a hotel. It's the time at which we get revenue from that, having negotiated a deal, bring it back to you. All of these deals will come back in one way or another to be agreed to, and then they will move through the process and timeline that Mark outlined of finalizing their plans, getting the permits, putting a shovel in the ground. So the transactional timeline is when, let's say, the deal is cast. In parallel and moving forward with the Theatre Square, we're still talking to our first choice for residential on 2nd Street. A huge benchmark for us to reestablish downtown as a great address for a residential option. Home ownership in the downtown of San Bernardino, we think, would be a huge win, and we're excited to still be pursuing 80 townhomes on the corner of 2nd and E. Starting next year, we hope to surgically remove the edge of the existing parking structure, where the historic Woolworth building is on the corner of E and 4th Street, and line that whole garage, essentially wrap it with new residential. It's a product that is built new all over Southern California. It's typically not an adaptive reuse or retrofit like this, but it's a product that's not unusual, where you'd be able to drive into the garage and those spaces up against your unit would be reserved for those units, and you'd exit your car in the garage, or your visitors would come in the front door, and you'd have live-work lofts that start on the ground floor and move up 2, 3, or 4 stories, just like the image that you see on the top right-hand image, which is a wrap building with a garage behind it, very similar to what we're looking at. Next year, we hope to have the 4 residential retail parcels in red to begin the Main Street development, the Main Street retail. This is something I think John Franson is eager for us to be able to demise and get on the market as soon as possible. There's been a lot of interest in that, to either do it as one project, let's say, or to have multiple developers do maybe 4 different buildings that look different and feel authentic, but there's no reason they couldn't be done by one person, and we would guide them through that process in our role as the master developer. There is also an interesting site, which is the double volume space at the end of Court Street. It's a really important site to us because it's almost separate from the project, but it would be filling the gap in the teeth, let's say, along that block of E Street, and have a spectacular view down Court Street to the county administration building and court buildings at the end of E Street. So it would bookend the county buildings at this end with a great building, and we think a wonderful apartment building here that really sets a new trend again for living downtown. Could be one of the ultimate things we do in 2018. 60 units is what we're planning in that apartment building. We would then look to, now having increased the awareness of the site and the value of the site, be able to bring more home ownership downtown. So we're looking at a number of parcels on the western edge of the site, closer to Tellico, to do residential homes. These would be ground up. We also would hope that the retail market would have matured enough that we could get some really great neighborhood-serving retail. It's important that we haven't rolled this all out in the first part of Main Street and then have stores lying empty. We would rather have the land there gaining value and people asking us when it's coming on the market. We want to build on success and not oversupply the demand. So the strategy John has developed here is that we hold back these 2 key parcels as bookends at either end so we can get some higher value out of those sites with tenants. Maybe a neighborhood market, something really special, maybe a brew pub at the top end near the theater district. They each will have very different character, but they're very visible sites coming from the north on 5th Street or coming from the south on 2nd Street. And then finishing the residential product along 3rd Place, as we talked about. Again, holding back some sites from the initial development of Main Street so that we can get higher revenues and higher value. And again, I'm showing these sort of one by one, but if a developer moved forward who wanted to do the quality of development today and essentially take the risk in advance of seeing other developers, we would happily have that happen and fold all of this down into a shorter time frame of transactions. But we're anticipating that we're going to have to build incrementally year by year. And then towards the end, more residential homes downtown for sale. The hotel, which would be the anchor at the end of this new street that we're creating for 3rd Street, so a visual landmark again across from the Fairview Ford dealership, very visible from the freeway, but also having a wonderful personal feel on the street to sort of anchor the end of 3rd Street. And then the school. And the school is, again, something that we think is a hybrid product. It doesn't have to have street level access. It has access from the street level, but it can be perched up above a building, and we think this might be a wonderful thing to have, again, on 2nd Street. It would be able to serve a broader community than just the immediate project, but be a school, a charter school that serves the local downtown residents or broader downtown resident community. So that would be so here you can see there are 11 projects that are identified. Our role is to guide each one of these through the transactional negotiations, all the way through construction until it's opened and you're satisfied and happy that you've got the deal that you wanted and the product and the quality in the downtown. So in summary, in addition to the 25,000 square feet of retail that the Theatre Square will have another 350,000 square feet of ground floor retail, shops, cafes, restaurants. We think there's an opportunity here to do some really interesting retail stores, clothing, and other products in the downtown. Up to 750 residential units. Again, we're going to pace this slowly so that we start with a few and we build on success until the larger projects will happen later. A hotel, 175 rooms, charter school, cultural museum, and parking. And again, all of these are products and types that are currently permitted in the downtown, in the zoning, so no special zoning changes. We will just do an amendment and update some of the EIR that is required for the downtown. Ultimately, having this wonderful, vibrant mix of places, Carousel Square, 3rd Street Place, G Street, the Muse, 3rd Street, 2nd Place, Market Square even, places that can be versatile and change for events as a vital local community. So with that, I'm going to ask John Franson to spend just a couple of minutes and sort of update you with some of the tenants, some of the folks he's spoken to, and talk a little bit about the relationship between the two projects again. Thank you.
Mayor, Council, pleasure to be here tonight. Vaughn's walked through the project. We need to take all of what he showed you, and we translate that in our meetings with the retailers, the developers, brokers, investors, and other types of uses that can come to the property. And the on-the-ground explanation of what we have here is critical, obviously, because we have to tell a story. And our story here in San Bernardino, as a couple of retailers have told me, needs to be a little more expansive. We need to provide a context. It's not something we just mail in and say, sign up. We owe them an answer about what happens to the mall. And so we can explain, we show the visuals. So I've been invited to make quite a few appearances, if you will, in conference rooms, and we have on-site visits, of course. Our role is comprehensive. I mean, we're dealing with everything from the financial, the programmatic, the design, and I would also address Regal, the care and feeding and monitoring of Regal. The question that came up from the councilman, I'd like to clarify, that was a 10-year lease that was executed in the summer of 2012. So there was a little more time on that lease. We talk to Regal every few weeks, sometimes multiple times in that time frame. And we explore a whole host of ideas with them. They're looking at some very exciting things. I can't make announcements for them, but I can tell you we've posed questions. They've come back with answers. Some of them are a little different. For instance, I asked, could you premiere a film using the California Theater, as an example? And I didn't get a no. They said, that's an interesting thought. Maybe we could bring in temporary equipment to feature a new film. It would give us a competitive edge in the marketplace. They're not unaware that there's perimeter cinemas planned. So part of our role, of course, is to stay close to Regal, to work with them. They've been a very good partner for the city, and they are, in fact, the anchor catalyst. They are our success story upon which we build. So this slide here is about the critical path. Really critical, obviously, to the critical path is getting the capital necessary to develop the Carousel Mall site. But it's also to put in gear the restaurants that come with Regal. So we're in the marketplace in what we would call pre-marketing. It was addressed earlier that we technically, until the strategic plan is approved, we are not able to bring in formally transactions. However, I can say that there has been a letter of intent, a proposal has come in from a very qualified developer for Theatre Square. Once we're able to do so, we would then suggest and work with staff in the city on what we would propose would be a counter proposal, because the first proposal coming in needs to have a counter typically. I would also, jumping back to Regal for a moment, I would explain that Regal has been very supportive. We've informed them of the plan. We've told them that the cinema will be sold, and they've come back with suggested buyers of cinemas that they work with. And they're actually making contacts with those folks. So we'll have a wider pool based on Regal's endorsement, which is great. I just wanted to kind of let you into some of the conversations and how it's operating in the pre-marketing phase. As an example, I was in a restaurant, quick service food restaurant that's a lead restaurant. I'm not going to name names today, but on that. But this is our second meeting. They've toured the site. I was brought into their corporate offices. It's somebody we really would like to have because others follow them. And so I offered to have them speak to Regal about Regal's performance, about security, about how they've operated here. And Regal, of course, said, have them contact us. We're happy to do so. So, again, a salute to your big tenant who does very extra work for us, if you will. This whole endeavor is about moving away from shopping centers to street retail, into street mixed use, to a downtown, a real downtown. And that transition takes a little work. Part of the other things that we have to do is to play defense. Good defense is important. One developer toured the site, took a look at the green belt in our plans and said, now that's a park, or it's not a park, it's going to be an urban green. It'll be managed under the BID that we've proposed, which is a very acceptable way to do that. And we said, yes, that's right. He said, can we make parking? Time out. No, you can't make it into parking. And I think, as Vaughn said, we have to maintain a standard and a quality and a difference. This is not a strip shopping center. It's not a corner center. It's absolutely the centerpiece of the city, and it's that meeting place. So we have to curate this and choreograph it in a way that speaks to quality, meets Regal deck to deck, and matches the requirements of their lease, matches the requirements of our design guidelines physically, and meets the economic hurdles. So there are a few things that we have to manage as part of that. So, going forward, I think I'm going forward, am I? There, I am going forward. Here's an overview of the entire project, with Regal in the lower right, our theater square. You can see the carousel green space up along 4th there that Vaughn was speaking about. We've spoken to a museum, which we're interested in seeing placed potentially on the carousel site. And there's the residential above along 4th that we talked about. There will be some retail on the ground of that particular area. So our next steps, 2017, we have some very specific needs. We want to monetize, which means to take property and move it into cash that's applicable to the work that's necessary on the mall site. To do that, we have to remove something. The city has to remove something called a reciprocal easement agreement. Without getting into the great details, most every shopping mall across the United States has a REA, a reciprocal easement agreement, and it binds these sites, and it requires unanimous approval of certain key tenants or large owners to even change a curb cut. Well, the mall doesn't need an REA today, but it has one, and so this is standing in our critical path, and it's something that we're all focused diligently upon getting that removed. Until it's removed, the mall site won't be cleared. We also, so in 2017, that's a goal, as also the Theater Square monetization, to get some transactions under our belt in terms of Regal and some of the restaurant pads. That will tee up the ability to move forward on clearing the mall site. And as we're doing that simultaneously, we hope to finalize a deal with KB Home for that first residential project, which is in the upper left of that visual. So we've got a whole series of meetings stacked up. As an example, I'm meeting with the broker this Friday, developer broker. Next week we have an international corporation's residential unit that does both multifamily and at market rate, multifamily for sale and apartments. And they're touring here. So on Wednesday, we hope to have good weather, and we hope to have but there's a whole series of very critical companies that are coming into town, and we're very pleased and proud to show them the site. But we have to have the whole story, and it's got to be comprehensive when we explain it, so that what's going to happen to the mall, when does it happen, where's the funding, and they understand that Theater Square is the economic engine that drives the progress. And from there forward, we bootstrap our way. A sale to KB leads to additional capital that can be applied to the property. We'd be happy to answer any questions. Vaughn, is there anything else?
I know there's been a lot of information presented here. I just want to go back just to kind of be clear. The projects are tied together, the Theater Square and Carousel Mall. But just so everybody knows, what the council's approving tonight, or being asked to approve, I should say, is the strategic plan for Theater Square, which, again, allows 25,000 square feet of restaurant and retail space, as well as 10,000 square feet of open space. And I'm trying to get back to that graphic. So this is, at the end of all of this, it's a lot of information I know that the team has presented here, but what the council's being asked to approve is a resolution which would approve the strategic plan, which includes the design guidelines and the ultimate sale of the property. That transaction, the sale of the property, the council would do under a separate action. But this will lay the groundwork, and this definitely adds value to any future buyer. And as John has indicated, there's a tremendous interest in the marketplace because of Regal Theater. Vaughn had mentioned it's very difficult to get movie theaters into communities. A lot of communities don't want movie theaters because they feel that there are a number of issues that come with them. We have that. And that's bringing 800,000 people a year, so we have a very viable asset. And with the council approval of the strategic plan, that would allow the team, staff, and the development team to go out and find somebody that's willing to purchase the property and actually implement the vision. So I just wanted to clarify that, and we're certainly here to answer any questions.
Councilman Nichol, you had a question?
Well, first off, I want to say thank you to Franzen for the good work you're doing. This is exciting, and I think we both have the first chapter in front of us of a great story that you've laid out in front of us as well. And I think that's a story that needs to be told. What I'm hearing from many constituents of mine, others throughout the city, is what's going to happen. And this is very exciting. I think this is a very much a good news, piece of news that needs to be shared. And so I would hope that over the coming months, you do have my support this evening on the first chapter of this story that needs to be told and needs to be realized. But I think we also need to make sure that our public understands this. I think there's a lot of individuals that really want to see what's happening, and I think this is something that I'm very anxious to share with our community. So my ask would be, I know I've had this discussion over the years with individuals that have been in positions of authority in the city, but I think we do need to really showcase this project in addition to some of the other major projects that are currently underway and have already been completed in the city. And I would hope that as we move to our new location, that our concierge will also serve as a showcase for these great projects that are coming into our community, so we can share that story both with our residents and with those who would like to invest. I did have a question about parking downtown, and I'd like to get the thoughts of our friends and representatives while they're in the room. I know we have discussed the need for a parking study downtown. I would assume that parking is an integral component to the financial model of this project, and I'd like to get your thoughts in terms of how we should proceed. Are we proceeding as needed? What do you need from us in terms of perhaps some additional policy initiatives that we need to undertake to coincide with your project?
Thank you. Parking is key. The vision for the project is to utilize district parking. For many years, my company worked in Santa Monica for 3rd Street Promenade. Fortunately, in Santa Monica, they had public garages that lined behind the 3rd Street and along the perimeter of the entire 3rd Street Promenade. So we will be proposing very specific things. One, we're going to provide angled parking on the new street grid that's dropped in where Carousel Mall is today. Parking in this environment today will be free. It'll be limited probably for time, so someone can't overstay. But and the key will be sharing parking. So, for instance, recently the Andreessen building is either sold or is being sold, and they need some parking, and they're going to use some spaces in the Carousel Mall, I believe, in that garage. And that's fine. Actually, retail peaks at 3 o'clock on Saturdays. So Monday through Friday, during business hours, we'll have a surplus of parking. So being smart about parking and using the same spaces for different times and different uses is really key. As Vaughn pointed out, we want to harvest a few spaces both at Court Street, that 60-unit residential project there, and the one along 4th. So we would cut into it, give up a few spaces, but then allow those projects to be more dense than they normally would be by tying into a garage that's already there. If you had to build that from the ground up, a developer would say, time out, I cannot afford to build parking at $15,000 a space. So we think it's a comprehensive look at parking. As we roll through the development, we'll take down parcels that will be surface parking. So until we get out to the far west into the site, that area will be utilized still as parking to serve the project. Ultimately, there may be a garage built later on, but right now we're going to maximize what we have. I think analyzing it and studying it is not a bad idea. We want to make sure that we've got a good handle on it, but right now we've got a conceptual understanding of how we want to maximize the parking on it.
Yeah, I know both Riverside and I believe Pasadena rely upon paid parking, and my feeling is that, and we haven't got the numbers yet, but sort of my sense is that we probably have an excess supply of parking currently downtown, and that in order for these numbers to begin working, there may be a need to start tightening that supply a little bit to ensure that, again, your business model is economical and produces the revenues needed to sustain itself.
Yeah.
So,
I might add, there is an agreement that was made when the original Regal lease was done, allowing the use of the Caltrans garage spaces after hours. That's not been tapped yet, so that's basically a reserve parking that allows us to transfer some of the Regal customers there in time as the Carousel site is developed. So there is a general plan and approach. I think we do need to dive into it a little more specifically as we go.
okay. You have my support. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Charette.
Thank you, Mayor. And Henry, you beat me to the word exciting, and it truly is. And before I make a couple of comments, I'll move for approval. This has been coming a long time, and I think the best thing that comes to my mind talking to the public is this is not a pipe dream of San Bernardino anymore. This is going to happen. It isn't going to happen overnight. It's a long project. It's a big project, but it is going to help. The timing is perfect. I mean, timing has a lot to do with everything, and coming out of bankruptcy and some charter change and some other things that are going on here locally, this is really going to happen, and I'm thrilled about it. I met Vaughn before I was elected, I think, when we were doing downtown walk-arounds and looking at these kinds of projects way back, back in 2008 and 2009 and probably earlier. So I'm very pleased about this, obviously support it, and it is just a stepping stone, and it's going to create this synergy that's, we get one project done, which is going to make the next one more valuable, which is going to make the next one more valuable. And when I talked about the Regal Theater, correct me if I'm wrong, I think they have about 6,000 screens or 600 units throughout the country, and if I'm not mistaken, we're in the top 60. We are one of the premier performing theaters. I have a number of friends that lived in surrounding cities that come to San Bernardino to go to that theater. So it's a good value, and it's really working, and it is an asset that we had. And when you look at housing and you look at the type of projects that you're talking about, I know you have the younger generations in mind, because this is the kind of stuff that they're looking for. They're looking for live, work, get on a bus, get on a transit, get on the train to L.A. or whatever without owning a car particularly. And we've got somebody up here can probably tell me the numbers out at Cal State, but many thousands of students that come in to our community to go to Cal State. Again, a true asset to our community and a real second to none university in our system. And this is an opportunity to capture those graduating students, and with this kind of thing comes jobs, which will need people to fill those jobs, and so it really all works together. And so those are my comments. I don't have any questions. I trust you guys explicitly to move forward on this project, and real exciting to be a part of it. And again, as I say, I make the motion, and you'd certainly have my support. And thank you for a great presentation. These are not probably real cheap to produce, but we certainly probably can make them available to somebody that asks for one, because it really does tell the story, and it gives you a really good visual of what is planned and what is going to happen downtown.
Following up on that comment, Councilmember Charette, both presentations have been loaded on the city's website. So for people who would like to view the copies of the presentations or download them, they are available online.
Good. Thank you very much.
Mark, the presentation that you're talking about is the resolution approving Theater Square. Is that the one you're...
Actually, yes. My presentation, which I did at the beginning, and as well as the one that Vaughn did, the larger one that Vaughn did showing the overall project, both of those are available on the city's website.
And Mr. Franson also made reference to a slide. Is that available?
It's all on there, correct.
Very good.
Yep.
Councilman Richard?
Yes, I want to thank you guys also for this. I'm not going to hold us talk long, because everybody said just about everything. Everybody used the word excited. You know, being born and raised in San Bernardino, I was excited to see the Carousel Mall come. I'm excited to see it go. I mean, I think this is something that is definitely good for the city. And again, excited, and thank you.
Councilmember Marquez.
Well, I think I'm the most excited because it is in the First Ward. However, the First Ward, the downtown area really belongs to everybody here. I do have a specific, well, I'm just, being honest. I want it to be very clear because residents throughout the city have always asked me, when will the Carousel Mall be demolished? Because we've already started the process. And I keep telling them that upon the sale of the theater, the funds will be used to demo the Carousel Mall. Is that correct?
That is correct, although that while that's what we are setting up, the council will make a formal vote when the property comes before you.
And that's a totally separate action.
That is a completely separate action. But yes, we are setting this up and fully anticipating that when that comes forward, the council will take that action.
Do we have an estimate of the potential net proceeds of the Regal?
Based upon the individuals that John has talked to, net proceeds are about $10 million.
And how much would it cost to demo the Carousel Mall?
We're working to finalize those estimates. The big unknown with the mall is the mall was built at a time when asbestos was used in everything. Asbestos, as people know, is now a carcinogen and is very expensive to remove. So we're working to try to get a good number for that. We don't really have one that I'm willing to talk about at this time, but when we do come forward with the land sale, we'll definitely have some very good numbers that we can report at that time.
Very, very good. And congratulations to you and your team, and congratulations to the City of San Bernardino. We are on the move. Thank you.
I have a couple of speakers. Marvin Norman.
Mayor, while he's coming, could I just ask
Councilman
a
Schreck.
quick question, if I haven't forgotten it already? And I have. I'll have to rethink what I was going to ask. I thought you were going to give me the mic before you call the speaker, but I'll think about what I was trying to ask, and I'll come up with it. Thank you.
Mr. Norman.
Good evening, Mayor, council members, and public. Marvin Norman here. I'm a member of the headquarters, which is a co-working space that is in the Andreessen building. And so I'm excited to see these plans as well. I know several of us there are looking at opportunities for relocating or closer to our work and stuff there in the building. So it's good to see that there are projects here that are bringing in opportunities for people to live downtown and in sanctioned housing. And so we're good to see that. The plans look exciting. Hopefully we can get the residential in quickly, because that's, I'm sure, crucial to the project. Although we have 800,000 people coming to see movies, having people who live downtown as well and are able to kind of give that eyes on the street feel and make the community feel safe, because, you know, there's people, someone is living here. It's not just a walk back to your car. And so that is crucial to making sure that the project is going to be successful. And so hopefully we can get the residential in quickly. Also, it's good to hear that there's conversation of no one is scared that there won't be enough parking. I know that's a concern sometimes, but especially in these times that we live, where Uber has looking for self-driving cars, Tesla's cars are self-driving, GM, every major automaker is testing self-driving cars. Soon get to a time where the car will drop you off and it can go park somewhere else. So if you don't, it'd be great if we don't overpark the downtown, because at $30,000 or more per spot, it's a lot of wasted opportunity and a lot of money that is spent. And I know some people I've heard sometimes that people are concerned that there's residential coming downtown, and I think we could remind everyone that that's kind of how the city started. If you were here a century ago, which I know I wasn't, but I've seen pictures, that a lot of the downtown developments had living opportunities in them. So it's good to see that we're coming back to times, and it's good to see that in your community, because, you know, it gives a more resilient community. You have people who are downtown and they're willing to spend money on the various shops that are there. And also, it's not just millennials who are looking to move back downtown. AARP is also very knowledgeable that a lot of their members also are looking to opportunities to move back to downtown areas. As people are getting older, they're finding out that they don't want or need to live in a 6-bedroom house somewhere and drive into work every day. They want to be somewhere where they're closer to their doctors, where they're closer to a transit, if they want to go see their children somewhere. And so it's good to see that these opportunities are coming to San Bernardino. I'm excited to see the project. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Schreck.
I remembered my question, Mark. I wanted to know how the relocation of the current tenants in the mall is going. We voted to do that, and I don't remember the schedule, but how is that? Is that going well? Are we getting good response? Are we having luck relocating some of them here so that we don't lose them to some other surrounding community?
We are. The council, you're correct, Councilmember Charette, did approve a contract with a firm called Overland Pacific Cutler. They specialize in relocation, and I actually just talked to the relocation consultant just before this meeting. They have met with all of the tenants at this time, and some of the tenants are looking for relocation within the city. Some tenants have decided to just close their businesses down. But yes, that is going very well, and the anticipated schedule is that the last tenant would leave the mall by the end of June.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Frank Pierce.
Thank you. I just want to say, as a community member here, that I feel your enthusiasm about this project, and I have to say, I'm not totally for or against it, but the demolishing of any project, any big building here, and then rebuilding it is just a huge waste of money and creates more crime in the city than anything with the noise pollution. But a retrofit is a different thing that you're talking about. So I do want to state my concerns in that. But it's a lot of money for something that doesn't necessarily have to be. And also, the other part was you were talking about the Regal theaters, and the Regal theaters, how we have more of them and we're supporting so much in our city. Now, theaters don't actually condone a social atmosphere in a real sense. I mean, everybody at a theater is quiet. They don't talk to each other, and they sit in a dark theater. And if you do talk, you get a hand slapped up on the back of your head. So just to kind of voice that concern about theaters themselves. I mean, if you want, it's pretty much like if you want to replace all the churches here and put in theaters, that's fine. It's about the same thing at church. It's a very antisocial a very antisocial atmosphere. But I'm not gonna. I just want you to be aware of that. I'm not for or against it. A retrofit is a good thing if it's not demolishing a lot of buildings and then having to rebuild them. That's a very different thing. When that I totally support. If you're going to support the Carousel Mall structure itself and just moving out like the logo and redesigning it, that's not a bad thing at all. So, I wanted to voice my concerns on that. And Chairman Charest, I mean, you should really be concerned about these long-term projects that aren't going to happen today and aren't really creating anything. I know you're saying it's not a pipe dream, but it's a lot of talk and it's a lot of money for something that we have so much undeveloped land. That's what we really want to see done, is land. I don't see Mulva Health here today, but I was going to talk to him about that. We have so much undeveloped land that it's just completely a waste of time sometimes to just demolish a huge structure and rebuild it. It's absolutely not work. And a lot of people who aren't working, just destroying and rebuilding. But if it's a retrofit, that's simple and inexpensive. That's a good thing. All right, thank you. Have a good.
Thank you, Patrick Morris.
And Mayor, one more quick one while Mayor Morris comes up. The Harris Company building, everybody is concerned about that. And you will not get this council person's approval on anything that has anything to do with that building coming down. And I don't think that's in the plan, but that's got to be in the covenants to the sale of that building cannot come down. We've learned our lessons over the years. Wish we hadn't torn down buildings that we did. But we'll all be strung up, I can tell you, if that building in any way gets torn down. And I just want to clarify, correct me if I'm wrong, but that is not the plan, and that building will not be coming down.
That is correct. Both the Harris building and the Andreessen building actually aren't even city-owned. They're both privately owned properties, and the council a couple of meetings ago approved a parking agreement with the new owner of the Andreessen building, so new tenants will be moving in there shortly, and we are in discussions with the current owner of the Harris building, El Corte Inglés, about getting them to do something with their property. So absolutely, council member, those buildings will be preserved.
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, you've described this proposal as exciting. I would add the words exceptional, visionary. It closely models the plan that was envisioned in the Downtown Revitalization Project many years ago. adding new data, new information, new proposals that are, as you've described them, very exciting. Despite some critics who in the past predicted its failure, the plan rightfully recognizes Regal as the prime asset in the revitalization of our downtown and lauds its success. And the potential to build on that success is obvious. There's a point to be made here, however, that I want to make this evening. As John Franson recalls, the Regal Theater success was brought about by painstaking discussions and negotiations with Regal management that was largely predicated on the success of the California Theater, the ability to draw ticket buyers from a broad array of an area that surrounds our city was a paramount economic consideration for Regal's decision to come here and open up their 14th theater complex. However, the success of the Regal Theater should not diminish the potential continued value of our California Theater. This venue hosts a great number of professional stage productions, concerts, symphonies, and other civic events. During the design and construction of the theater square, two particularly important components were built not only to help Regal, but also strengthen theater's capacities. We built bollards to be placed in the alleyway to redirect traffic when there were productions in play at the California Theater, and we put a cable chase under the alley from the theater to what was an abandoned small theater, now appointed as Unit 2 or Space 2 in the current plan. This space for the past 8 years has been used for secondary production purposes as a green room for the California Theater, for set and storage of equipment, and for live performance for orchestras. Many times, when a live production is on stage, and our pit in the California Theater is quite small and will not accommodate a sufficient orchestra, the band is actually playing in Space 2 across the alley, and the sound is being piped or projected into the theater. The audience thinks it's a live orchestra in the pit oftentimes, but it's in the alley behind the theater. And that's a large part of the reason why this 1920 theater complex can support modern stage productions. To lose Space 2 will substantially affect the ability of that theater to compete regionally as an entertainment venue. This consideration should be studied as part of the evaluation of space, and if Space 2 is not available to accommodate what I've described as a necessity for the theater, then you should give consideration to equivalent space in a building that will be built, like you see in the design, put forward to the east of the theater in that space. But this is an exciting, exceptional, visionary plan. Congratulations to the Mayor and Common Council, to the City Manager, to Mr. Persico, to the team that you brought forward, to Mr. Franson, and to the team from AECOM. An exceptional job, and I'm excited about the opportunities that it'll bring to our revitalized downtown. Thank you very much.
Thank you. No further questions? We have a motion. We have a second.
On item 6A, the motion to approve was made by Fred Charette, the second by Virginia Marquez, and it passed unanimously.
Thank you. Thank you, Council. Congratulations. Appreciate all the efforts that AECOM and Franson Company are doing. Mr. Clark, did you have anything you wanted to add? I'm sorry.
Closed session.
Next is item 6B, Energy Partnership Program Participation. Adopt a resolution of the Mayor and Common Council of the City of San Bernardino, California, declaring support for and participation in the regional partnership between Southern California Edison Company, Southern California Gas Company, and the San Bernardino Council of Governments, to be known as the Energy Partnership.
Move approval.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Seeing none, please cast your votes.
All right.
The motion to approve item 6B was made by Mr. Charette. It was seconded by Ms. Marquez, and it passed unanimously with Mr. Barrios. Oh, wait.
Well, we did when you voted.
He did vote, so.
I think he voted pre-exit.
And it does show that he was in a way, but he had indicated he would be voting yes on that. So it was 5-0.
Thank you. Thank you. We will smile.
Take a break.
It's been requested that we take a 5-minute break.
How about a 2-minute break?
We'll take a 7.5-minute break. Thank you. We'll return here approximately 7 p.m.
Everyone talks about it and it never gets done. No, that's right. And this is going to be good.
Beach. I own and operate Paw Protectors Rescue. I've had Paw Protectors Rescue for the last 7 years, and the last time I stood before this council was 2.5 years ago. I asked the council to work with the community, the advocates, and the shelter to make your shelter system a better progressive shelter. And you have my admiration because I know in the last 2.5 years this council has made great strides in improving the lives of the animals in the San Bernardino City Shelter. I am also the plaintiff in Logan versus OC Animal Care. I sued Orange County Animal Care 3 years ago. My attorney, Howard Finkelstein, filed a 24-page lawsuit against Orange County Animal Care, and we currently have a 48-page lawsuit settlement agreement in place in Orange County Superior Court. The tide in public opinion is turning against the needless and unwarranted euthanasia of animals in our shelter systems. The only true limitations as to how many or how few lives are saved in the shelter system is the shelter director and leadership. If the shelters keep killing and we know what's going on in our city and we don't speak up at city councils, we don't protest, we don't do public announcements of a broken shelter system that refuses to change, it's on us. It's the obligation of each and every one of us who are rescues advocates and the community members to stand up and say, stop the neglect, stop the abuse, and stop the killing in our municipal, city, and county taxpayer-funded shelters. Go out, do what's right, do it for the animals that are sheltered in San Bernardino City and ultimately fall under the responsibility of the City Council. Orange County Animal Care is a disgrace. It's a disgrace to its city, it's a disgrace to its county, it's a disgrace to its residents. You, even though you're not as wealthy as Orange County, you have a network of animal rescuers, advocates, volunteers. You have some of the most amazing people working at your shelters, and I've pretty much rescued out of every single shelter in Southern California. Work with them to make your shelter progressive. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Alice Chow.
Good evening, Mayor, council members. My name is Alice Chow, and I'm a proud resident of San Bernardino since 1976. I have been teaching in the San Bernardino City Unified School District for over 16 years, and I am also president of Dream Team Angels Rescue. We are a 501c3 nonprofit dog rescue. I am also a board member of Pet Guest Intervention San Bernardino. It's a group of volunteers that help owners raise money to bail out their pets from the shelter. We also pay for spay and neuters and vaccinations, all through donors. We have helped over 100 animals so far. My group also has donated the brand new washer and dryer to the shelter. We donate heaters, fans, the new Mister system, blankets, sweaters, dog food, cat litter, and any donations needed to help keep the shelter running. My rescue partner, Renee Hersey, got the Amazon relationship started, the wonderful big donation that we just got last week. And it was because she helped an Amazon employee pick out and adopt 2 cats from the shelter. He saw how hard she and other volunteers were working to save the SBC animals, and he wanted to contribute and give back. So Renee asked him if he could have Amazon make some donations. So they've been donating to us for, I would say, the past year, and we're very grateful for that donation. We are also the ones who help make the dog beds about 3 times a year. We get our volunteers, they just show up and they bring their power drills, and we make about 120 new beds every few months. We work closely with Jennifer Van Ness, the rescue coordinator at the shelter. She contacts us. We are the group that she contacts when a dog, cat, kittens, or any animals that need to be out immediately that day. So we have working relationships with other rescues to come save them. So far, the dogs that my rescue has rescued out of San Bernardino, 1 has died from distemper, and over 10 dogs had pneumonia. And these dogs came into San Bernardino healthy. They got sick at the shelter, and we rescued them. the average cost for each of the dogs that we rescue, medical cost is $3,000 to $9,000. For each medical dog we rescue, we could rescue 10 healthy dogs. So, you know, of course, we would like to rescue more dogs, but our medical dogs are so expensive, we're limited, you know, with our funds. My rescue also rescues out of Carson, Orange County, Apple Valley, Hesperia, and Riverside shelters, and the dogs that we rescue from those shelters are not sick. My concern is that we have so much moisture and rain in the buildings this year. They're so old, and the cracks and gaps in the walls and floors create an environment for developing mold. When the weather gets warmer, the mold and seasonal diseases will come out, and we're afraid that another wave of illnesses will hit.
Ms. Chow, your time's expired. If you
Okay.
could wrap up, please.
Yeah. So I just want to say my goal, along with our supporters and the people that, the rescues that work with us, we want to make changes and we want to work together so that we can get healthier animals, you know, staying at our shelter. We love our shelter. We do whatever we can. I spend more time at the shelter than I do with my family. We would hope for the city to work with us, and we have a great group of people who are standing by to do whatever it takes to help. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Thank you for your assistance with the Amazon donation, which was approximately a $22,000 donation to the animal shelter this past week, and we appreciate that. Thank you. Michelle Mortensen?
Hello, and thank you for allowing me to speak during the City Council session. I started my love relationship with the San Bernardino City Shelter when I adopted my dog back there in August of 2015. This is her. I had to bring pictures, just like a kid. I am an adopter, a foster, a transporter, a volunteer coordinator, and a networker for the San Bernardino City Shelter exclusively. Each time I volunteer, I drive 38 miles one way up the 91 East. My goal is the same as many of us who share this passion, seeing the shelter dogs find their way out of the shelter system and into a better home. I work heavily with area rescues, coordinating, pulling, transport, vetting, and even home checks and placement of dogs. I try to help as much as I can. The last quarter of 2016, I noticed that there were not as many dogs being pulled by the rescues that I normally work with. I asked them what's going on. They said the reason is that the SBC dogs are sick. They are costing us so much money in vetting, and distemper is becoming more widespread at SBC. Rescues started shying away from pulling dogs, and it was bad news. I started compiling data to get an approximation of dogs that had been sick, and I noted which ones had died. Most of the dogs that I'm aware of did die, and this is just a sampling of the dogs that have passed away from distemper. These dogs are all dogs that were outcome by the shelter as rescued. So they left the shelter, went to a rescue group, picked up the virus while at the shelter, and as weeks passed, they died. I compiled my notes by looking at social media pages, reading memorial pages from the rescues. Networkers and other volunteers passed down the information, and sometimes I would talk directly with the people who own these dogs that died. I'm here to look at the big picture, and I'm here to ask that help be assigned to SBC Shelter to make it a safer place for the animals. The current structure of the shelter is old, with some parts rotten. The rapid spread of the disease shows that it's hard to contain with such dilapidated conditions. My hope is that changes will begin to occur immediately. I will continue to liaison between the shelter and rescues and try to get them to trust SBC again. There must be clear communication on what the shelter's next steps are going to be. Sickness has subsided, but not before taking many animals' lives and hampering the relationships we have with our partners. My commitment as an adopter, foster, volunteer, and networker is still 100% SBC. I want to be a part of the solution. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Angela Halfman. Angela Halfman.
Do I hit this? My name is Angela Hoffman, and I live in San Bernardino, and I'm the president of Local Rescue Cause for SV Paws. We are a small rescue, consists of a few people who just want to help dogs and their people in San Bernardino. I'm here to share our experiences with the city shelter's recent distemper outbreak and talk about ways that we can help the current situation as well as eliminate any future outbreaks, or at least help if they do occur. The city shelter has come a very long way over the last few years. Oscar Perez corresponds with rescue partners on a weekly basis. Communication and level of care have improved dramatically. Dogs are now given time, sometimes months, and Oscar actively looks for rescue groups. Medical dogs receive treatment. Things have definitely improved. However, a small group of great people can only do so much in an outdated, dilapidated facility in a community like San Bernardino. Intake numbers are still staggering. Backyard breeding is rampant. If you browse through Facebook pages like 909 Deals, IE Buy Sell Trade, I Love San Bernardino, you can see all the puppies that are being sold unaltered without proper vaccines in our area to whoever has the cash, resulting in our ongoing overpopulation issue and also unvaccinated and sick dogs entering SBC and cross-contaminating each other. Cause for SB Paws is very small. We pill only a few dogs, and we have been devastated emotionally and financially by the distemper dogs that we unknowingly pulled and spent thousands trying to treat since May of 2016. To date, we have pulled 6 distemper dogs from San Bernardino City Shelter, all confirmed through lab work and veterinarian diagnoses. If you take a look at the handout, I can't go over each one, and I wasn't able to highlight each one, but I just wanted to share their stories. Sissy, a 4-year-old Chihuahua, she was pulled from SBC in May of 2016, only to come down with severe pneumonia, and her little lungs became so damaged she literally could not breathe. She tested positive for distemper, and she did not make it. Oscar and team were notified. In October, we pulled Penny, but Debbie Yoakum is here tonight to tell Penny's story, so I'll let her do that. Oscar and team were notified. In November, we also pulled a beautiful husky shepherd mix named Sunny, who was very pregnant. She had 6 pups the next day, and they grew into howling fluff balls with distinct personalities. 4 weeks later, Sunny and pups started sneezing, and one by one, her pups started twitching and seizing, and all had to be put to sleep. Sunny later died in January, despite all of our efforts to help her pull through. Oscar and team were notified. We now have Faith, a pregnant Chihuahua that we had already pulled in December before we realized what an outbreak it was. Once she started sneezing and she tested positive for distemper, we knew we were in a full-blown crisis, and we emailed Oscar and team again. Her pups started showing symptoms at almost 4 weeks old. In the middle of the night, the piercing screams and the seizures started, so we had to euthanize her pups. Faith is still fighting today, after being diagnosed with distemper about 6 weeks ago. We would love to partner finally with the city. We would love to plan and come up with some kind of a teamwork approach that has never happened throughout all these years. Adopters and rescues needed to be warned of possible distemper exposure before adoption. If we could come up with a plan at the next outbreak because there most likely will be one, of diverting new intakes to other facilities, using one of the many abandoned buildings in our city to create a temporary facility for new intakes, or at least intakes that cannot be vaccinated, creating a better isolation unit for newly vaccinated dogs before exposing them to other dogs at the shelter. Long term, let's create teams to educate the community. Let's crack down on breeding and selling of unaltered and unvaccinated dogs. Let's get to the root of our problems and let's work together. A group of city officials, animal control officials, the Humane Society of San Bernardino, 501c3 rescues within and outside of San Bernardino, as well as members of the community and the outer rescue community. We have so much support from all over the country, even internationally. People are willing to donate their time, money, and expertise. Some have ties to vets and contagious disease experts that have studied even smaller outbreaks than SBCs. They've made containment recommendations and took action. We have untapped resources that would be great if we could all come together and use them and work as a team to address our AC issues. Please work with us. Thank you.
Thank you, Frank Pierce. Yes.
Okay, thank you so much, Secretary. All right, I just want to repeat myself from last week, actually, because so much is going on. I mean, the Super Bowl, I know you didn't want to talk about it, but that last reception that was contested, that was knocked down by Alford, was obviously not a reception, and he was juggling it, no possession, all the way to the ground. And this kind of corruption comes from a lot of people that are just not bad refereeing. And anyway, so regardless of what the Super Bowl has, the election results still stand. The L. Bill Clinton's cotton linen traders have been flushed. The federal government job is to focus on reconstructing the Supreme Court justices, so we must remember the jury stipulations from the original Constitution in an advanced format to stimulate the work of a multiracial society and an expanding population of a variety of people. And this is most explicitly defined by our 14th President Pierce, as he defined the word peers for a jury of 12, with 10 stipulations that they must be integrated to contain one of each of the 4 races, Caucasian, Romanian, African, Oriental, that they must come from the nearest location of the incident, they must be of the same tax bracket, of similar occupations, different last names, strangers, of the same age class, pro-justice, pro-democracy, and a balance of genders with 2 alternates of the same gender of the accused. And any trial that does not integrate its juries does in fact constitute a hate crime. And the 8 supreme magistrates must be balanced, upper and lower tax brackets, and integrated in the same way with the 9th chief magistrate mixed with red-blooded Indian. So now it is the Supreme Justice that passed away. It's not just the Supreme Justice that passed away we must replace the cheap Magna-fake rubber who has been identified as a klutz, sometimes referred to as a rubber chicken, and California voted no on 60, no rubbers. We don't need any white dwarf inbred noisemaker pointing its plastic finger at us. And its kind could drop and die. Of expedient execution, which was voted for in California, and we can toss its body out of the Washington Monument, and if it sticks, it will be found innocent as a presumption of innocence first, and that would sting a lot more, though we may opt for the tar and feathers to condone innocence and ensure it sticks, while easing its fall. But if it bounces, find it guilty and fry it. And we can always and will find Bill Richardson of New Mexico as Chief Supreme Magistrate, who already has judicial powers to pardon his prisoners and is backed by all of Mexico, and this will be no problem for a more productive intellectual society. And if you can't see the intelligence in this is that how much our society needs this. It's just, if you can't see the intelligence of this, you're just overly corrupted by Mongoloidian, Cucamongan Police Department.
Dottie Cisco. You're trying. Dottie Cisco? She's left. Marina Solomon? Scott Olson? Sandra Ibarra?
Good evening, Mayor and Council, audience. I was glad to hear that the volunteers, the rescuers of all the pets that are being taken to the shelter showed up tonight, and glad you're waiting for your time to talk, because as I warned them, we don't know what time we get to call, what time we get to speak. Thank you. Thank you for coming out here. I didn't know when we were going to discuss about the city manager. He is an at-will employee now. He also has applied to Reno, Nevada.
Sandra, you issued a yellow slip to speak
Yes.
on 1D.
And I also emailed it before 4:30 p.m.
That will actually be just before we go into closed session. So this is public comment on items not on the agenda.
Okay, no problem. Well, I do have, for people who don't know, I do have 2 dogs. One that I brought in as a foster to take care of temporarily, and it's been about 2 years that I've had her. The previous owner has not made any contact with me. She just wanted me to take care of her just for a little bit until she got a house. The second dog was a rescue. She was abandoned by the homeowner because there was a crossbreed. I took her in as well. In December, I had a little puppy that came into our house. He had a slash on his throat. I could have taken him to the shelter. I took him to get microchipped. He didn't have a microchip. After a month of having him, he was healed back, and we found him a forever home. Now, for anybody who sees stray dogs, we know the problem we have in San Bernardino. On 17th Street, for example, by my area, it's all gated homes, stray dogs up and down that street. It's getting out of hand. We do have backyard breeders in our city who are selling dogs when we have dogs that are being taken to the shelter and being euthanized, or in this case, they're getting distemper. Distemper is just they lose control of their limbs, and that's happening pretty quick. As soon as they enter, they get the distemper. So I'm glad they came in, because they do need to have their voice heard. As volunteers, as rescuers, as volunteers, I know we have volunteers at the shelter as well. So great job, ladies. I don't have anything else to say on the shelters, but I do want to say briefly on the Carousel Mall. I drove by right now, and I just don't understand why they can't build from what is already there. Why do they have to tear it down, costing us $10 million? We're getting out of bankruptcy. We're going to try to get back in there? It's just, I would hope that developers would use what we have. Thank you.
Thank you. John Chamberlain.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor, Council, staff, constituents. My name is John Chamberlain. I'm the Assistant Chief for San Bernardino County Fire and your Area Fire Chief. First, I just want to take an opportunity to say thank you for your continued support, thought, and prayers for the Hartwig family on behalf of them. Obviously, a devastating loss for both their family and our staff. Yesterday, several of you were in attendance for the celebration of life with Dawson, obviously a remarkable young man. So, did not go unnoticed by our staff, the county fire family. On the second note, it's my unfortunate duty to report to you that even though we did not reduce any service levels in Councilman Nichols' 5th Ward, we did have to shut our operations temporarily at Station 225 due to ongoing health concerns. That station's at 1640 Kendall Drive. I'll give you a little history about the station itself. It's a modular construction. It was placed in 1976, so it's basically 41 years old. It was never designed to be a permanently fixed structure such as what it is. I was prepared to launch just over $100,000 in repairs that we knew were going to need to be completed. I had the county's project management division come in and give us a second opinion, and due to ADA, Title 24, et cetera, they priced it potentially into the seven figures for repairs. So I'm currently working with the project management division to evaluate exactly what that's going to look like. The crews were temporarily relocated down to the 3rd Street station. To give you a little more background on Station 225, they run on average 6 to 7 calls a day out of that station. So basically the surrounding stations, 232, which is up at Palm Kendall, Station 75, which is located in Muscoy, and Station 227, which is on Electric Avenue, are picking up those extra calls. I went ahead and pulled the statistics and data so far. We did shutter the operations January 20th. There's been no noticeable impact unless you're immediately butting up against the fire station. So as of right now, we're looking really good as the service delivery is concerned. Again, we have not dropped any service level. Your fire suppression force is still 100% what it was before the actual shuttering of the station. By moving them to Station 221, I will tell you that it has made a dramatic impact on that. That station runs on average 30 calls a day. So splitting that up to a third unit running out of there is tremendous, and it's actually giving us a good working model for us as we're moving into the new fiscal year, replacement and deployment of other apparatus. So I know typically we don't interact with this. If you have any questions, I'm more than happy to answer with that. Otherwise, I can make myself available in the back if you have other questions.
Councilmember Nichol.
Yeah, the only question I got was to the issue of the relocation of the apparatus to ensure that we do have sufficient capacity. And the question was posed to me whether or not that apparatus could be relocated to the Palm and Kendall station or a portion of the apparatus. Again, the concerns are fire danger on the north end of town. We aren't in that season now, but we will be back into that season before we know it, and want to make sure that we have adequate capacity to respond, in addition to respond to just basic medical emergencies. So could you respond to that question regarding location of the apparatus, and possibly are we augmenting the Palm and Kendall station at all?
We are not currently augmenting the Palm Kendall station. However, as the brush fire season starts and the fuels cure, we will look at replacing that apparatus up there, especially during daytime hours when the heightened fire danger, or if we had a Santa Ana wind event, something along those lines that would dictate that. That station is not equipped to house those personnel. Basically, that station is built for 4 personnel at a maximum, and that would put 6 on there 24 hours a day. Without major modification to that facility itself, then we would have significant problems just for crew comfort and trying to properly house them. So I will make that guarantee to you as the brush season ramps up. We can look at locating that up to Station 232. And I'm honestly hoping to have some type of report back to you here in the coming weeks of the intention on what our actual plan is. Obviously, we didn't come in expecting to replace facilities right away. That's a long-term capital project that's factored into the budget. Significant repairs or replacement of facilities at this point was not planned. So we're trying to come up with some alternative means.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you, and please pass our condolences along to Chief Hartwell.
Thank you.
Debbie Melvin Young.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council, City staff. My name is Debbie Yoakum. My address is 16895 Evening Star Road in Riverside, California. I wanted to talk to you tonight about what the environment is right now at the shelter. The project presented tonight that you saw, the gentleman that was standing over there, He brought a project to improve and upgrade the downtown area. You used the words exciting. The developer used the word choreographed, a dance between the city and the developer and the community. You used the word story to describe the project, specifically saying that the project was a success story. The developer said that tonight's success was based on questions that were asked, answers that were provided by the community, staff, and city leaders. Input and need. It took time, effort, and a lot of work, but they reached their goal. Tonight, they reached their goal. Tonight, I am here to talk to you about the San Bernardino shelter. I want to be a part of the success story of San Bernardino, too. As a volunteer for Cause for Paws, I pulled Penny from the SBC shelter in mid-October. She was a 2-year-old German Shepherd. We named her Penny because of her gorgeous copper coat. Her coat hid the fact that her body was skin and bones. She had not been vaccinated by her owners, and when she was found as a stray, she was brought into SBC, and they didn't vaccinate her either because she was brought in as she was acting fearful. When dogs are fearful or aggressive, they don't vaccinate them. In fact that she was put in isolation immediately, and she was listed as a male, even though she had just had puppies. Penny lived only about 30 days. She tragically died of distemper a few days before Thanksgiving. We watched her die the slow, painful death that distemper brings. She couldn't catch her breath. She couldn't walk, let alone stand. She had seizures every 30 minutes. We encouraged her to hang on, and we were thrilled when she would wag her tail. But then we watched the light fade from her eyes. I am sure that if you had a dog that was put in the shelter, was put in a kennel that had been occupied by a distemper dog only a few hours before, you would have the same fear that we had. As a rescue, we feel that we want to pull as many dogs as possible from the shelter, but we're limited on the funds that we have available because we do not know what illnesses those dogs will bring. The story of Penny wasn't a success story, but we're hoping that as you are excited about the new downtown opportunities, you'll be excited about working with us on a new shelter. We have a great resource here, and you hopefully will be able to see that sometime soon in the near future. We want to work with you. There's some great people here with all different opportunities to make it a better city. We want you to be excited about what we can offer and what you can gain. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you for your comments. We appreciate your concern and interest in the animal shelter. Jim Smith?
Thank you very much, Mayor Davis, City Council persons, and public who's here tonight, staff. I wanted to make an important announcement. I'm the chairman of the Historical Preservation Commission here in the city of San Bernardino. I was appointed by Councilman Charette many years ago, and I wanted to make sure that everyone was aware that we're going to have a Mills Act workshop in San Bernardino on Saturday, March the 11th, from 10 a.m. to noon, and it'll happen at the Historical Society building at 8th and D Street, and the public is invited. Again, that's the workshop is at from 10 to 12 on March the 11th. Just a little background, if I might. The Mills Act is a California law designed to provide financial incentives for property owners who restore and maintain historic residential and commercial properties. This incentive comes in the form of lower property taxes. This program requires that the property tax savings be reinvested into the home or structure to secure the historical integrity of the property. In order to be considered for this program, the property must be identified in the San Bernardino Historic Resources Renaissance Survey and/or recommended to the City Council by the Historical Preservation Commission. Most structures built before 1943, or if they qualify as having historic value, built before 1949, are eligible for this program. For everyone who owns an older home or building, and they don't have to be fancy, in the city of San Bernardino, who would like to find out about the Mills Act and how to apply, the members of the San Bernardino Historical Preservation Commission, James Smith, Chairman, Nick DeCalvo is the co-chairman, Susie Earp, Sandra Olivas, Alan Bone, Aaron Cox, Deanne Truax, and Jimmy Hill are holding the Mills Act workshop open to the public, free of charge, at the headquarters of the San Bernardino Historic and Pioneer Society, the southwest corner of 8th and D Street in San Bernardino on Saturday, March the 11th, from 10 to 12 noon. Thank you very much.
Thank you for that information. Next, that concludes public speaking on the agenda on items that are not agendized. Next, we will have speakers related to the closed session items. Sandra Ibarra.
Good evening, Mayor, Council, and audience. Sorry about earlier. I didn't know when I would be called, if I would be called. So I had sent...
Ibarra, you filled out 2 of these, is that correct?
No.
Are there 2 Sandra Ibarras?
Probably because I sent it before 4:30 today.
One's a duplicate.
One indicated that she's
Okay.
in me.
All right.
Oh, yeah.
So in case I didn't make it, that's why I
Thank you.
sent the email. On our assistant manager, so I had mentioned earlier, you are an at-will employee now since the contract, I think it ended yesterday. You have applied now for Reno, Nevada. Is it possible for the assistant city manager, Andrea, to start taking up on the role for city manager, just in case Mr. Mark Scott is offered employment in Reno? He is to give the council and mayor an appropriate advance notice. Per his agreement, it says about 30 days. So when if he does hear from Reno, at least a 30 days notice. My only concern is that Andrea does not live in the city, and by the rules of the new charter, that's no longer a requirement to live in the city. So way to go, voters and city officials, for pushing a flawed charter. And going back on the charter, it is kind of a surprise to several of us, especially because our city manager attended several community meetings, and he informed me as well that if the new charter did not pass, he would leave our city. Well, the new city charter passed, and he was already planning to work somewhere else, applying to other cities, regardless of where his family lives, and the new charter passing. It's pretty saddening when you make a promise and you can't keep it. There's people that voted in favor of that new charter in hopes that he would stay with our city. Our city has a lot to go through still. We were counting on you, Mr. Mark Scott, to help turn the city around. The outstanding item, and I still want to pursue it, is the home HUD funds. When did they get awarded to the city? If we watch the September 19th video at the council meeting, Ed Flores and Daisy came out.
Mayor?
Yeah.
That's not agendized on the closed session?
Thank you. The speaker slip needs to stay on topic with item 1D. You're going off topic.
No, this is regarding an outstanding item, so hopefully it gets this followed up on, if I may.
No, that you need to stay to item 1D.
Which is his performance, right? It's a closed session, but I can speak about it. Okay, so then again, then if he knows that sorry, you guys took some seconds away from me. So I just hope that moving forward, our city mayor, and city council, that they please do not allocate any funds without any backup material based on what happened back in September, no matter what the consultants and lawyers say. So to end, thank you for all your time, and thank you, Mr. Marscott, for all that you've done for us so far. Thank you.
Thank you. Jim Smith?
Again, Honorable Mayor, City Council persons, and public watching this City Council meeting tonight, and our excellent staff, I'm here to really, first of all, wish a happy anniversary to our city manager. Today is his first anniversary as city manager. It's probably the best thing that's ever happened to the city of San Bernardino for a long, long time. And I certainly want to commend him under his leadership what has happened here in the city of San Bernardino, starting with outsourcing of BURTEC, second of all, of outsourcing our fire to county fire. We heard today that bankruptcy is basically going to be completed in a few months. And of course, we passed that tremendous city charter, which will help with anyone that comes to the city. It will attract people that want to be on the winning team, because we have a winning team right now. And you saw tonight with that tremendous theater project, and it was unanimous. I mean, I want to commend every council person for enthusiastically supporting that, because that's the future. You know, at my age, it's all about the next generation. It's all about the kids. It's all about the grandkids. We want them to be here in San Bernardino. And suffice to say, I want to strongly encourage all the city council persons to look openly to our city manager's position. This guy has worked so many hours, is so involved in the community, loves San Bernardino, and if there's any way that we can approve a month-to-month contract, something, because we don't really know exactly what's in his future right now, but I always live by an important saying in my life, and that's family comes first, okay? This obviously is a consideration at this point in his personal life, but let's support this guy, because he has brought a vitalization to our city that we saw this evening. I mean, it was just the city council meetings since he's come aboard have been very, very structured, no animosity. We may disagree on some votes, but when we walk out of the council meeting, we're friends. And Mayor, I want to commend you for tremendous leadership that you show our city. It's wonderful to have you lead our city in the right direction. I also want to thank Gary Sains, our city attorney, and Gigi Hannon for doing a tremendous job in working together as a team to move our city forward. I appreciate your support for the new contract for our city manager. Thank you.
Thank you for your kind words. That concludes public speaking, and we will now move to closed session. That will be held upstairs in the MIC room. I'm just going to do that when we come back.
You're going to come back.
Well, we have to come back.
You have. I mean, do we all have to come back?
We have.
But you need to.
But we need to have.
Okay.
Thank you. We do also want to extend.
Why don't we do announcements anyway and get them out of the way? Oh, we're all here right now. Yes.
All right.
Would that be okay?
Thank you. We have a request to switch to our council announcements, and I see no objections, so we'll start with Councilmember Richard.
Thank you, Mayor. I want to announce that Northwest PAC meeting is going to be held on Monday, February the 13th at 6:30 at the New Hope Family Life Center at 1505 West Highland Avenue here in the beautiful city of San Bernardino. I'm excited about Thursday, February the 16th. A lot of people have been asking me, but it's time. We're going to have the grand opening ribbon cutting for the Golden Corral. Yay! So we're all excited about that. It's on Hospitality Lane. I'll see you all there. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilman Nickel.
2 quick announcements. Wednesday, February 15th, the San Bernardino Police Department Northwest District Coffee with a Cop will take place at Farmer Boys Restaurant, address 1766 West Kendall Drive. Contact Eileen Hards at 909-384-5694. That will take place Wednesday, February 15th at 9 a.m. Again, Farmer Boys Restaurant on Kendall Drive. In addition, the Community Development Block Grant Ad Hoc Committee meeting will take place in the Estrada Conference Room here at City Hall on Thursday, February 16 at 5 p.m. So again, our CDBG Ad Hoc Committee meeting here at City Hall, Thursday, February 16 at 5 p.m. That is all, Mayor.
Thank you. Councilman Charette.
Well, the first thing I want to say, because I was unable to attend the Hartwig service yesterday, I want to send my personal condolences to Chief Hartwig and his family. Though I was unable to attend the services, they have been in my prayers and thoughts, and what a horrible loss, and I just want them to understand that we are all thinking of them at this very difficult time. Tomorrow, Saturday evening, February 11th, I'm kind of taking over for the chamber since they weren't here, because these aren't necessarily in my ward, but San Bernardino Symphony Orchestra, Symphonic Surprise, California Theater of the Performing Arts, as it's 7 o'clock on Saturday night, this Saturday night, February 11th. For further information, contact 381-5388. And thank you for making my comments shorter, because I don't have to announce the grand opening and ribbon cutting of the Golden Corral. And then I wanted to make a special announcement and ask anybody that's in the area and weather permitting. Claudia Lopez, I don't know her title at the Job Corps, but she's very instrumental out there at the Job Corps training some of our young people. The Inland Empire Job Corps tile setters that work in our community. On Tuesday, January 31st, the Inland Empire Job Corps tile setters trainees started the restoration of the water fountain and police memorial water fountain out in front of our police station. So they've been working on this project, and they're asking that anybody going by there to give them a horn honk or give them words of encouragement. The weather is delaying getting it done as soon as they wanted to, but they're working on it, weather permitting. So that's a really nice thing that they're doing for our community, and I just wanted everyone to know. The Job Corps does a terrific job with our students. I was fortunate. I don't know who's been out there to be on. They have tours from time to time. They're doing a fantastic job with our young people and doing some training out there in the trades. So I wanted to give them a little a heads up, and I guess I don't tweet, but Chief Burgwan did and sent out a picture of them working out in front, and I think it's really exciting that they're helping us out. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilmember Marquez.
Thank you, Mayor. I, too, would like to give my condolences to San Bernardino County Fire Chief Mark Hardwig and his family on the recent loss of their loved one, Dawson Hardwig. The city of San Bernardino is behind you 150%. Mama and I are praying for you and your family. Love like Dawson. And secondly, I would like to congratulate Assemblywoman Eloise Gomez-Reyes from the 47th Assembly District. She hosted a community swearing-in last Saturday at San Bernardino Valley College Auditorium with over 500 guests. I look forward to working with you on some of the issues that impact our constituents in the region. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Any announcements from staff? Seeing none, we will adjourn now to closed session.
And the highlighted, I guess, stations were K-Man and KFX. Well, the Historical Society meets the first Thursday of each month at 7 o'clock p.m., and we have guest speakers that talk about a variety of topics pertaining to local history. And this one here tonight was, it was a very nostalgic time. It was the 60s and 70s.
For me personally, 1970 through 73 as when I was at KFXM in San Bernardino.
And we had several disc jockeys that were here back in the 60s, 70s. Some of them hadn't seen each other in 30 years.
Fortunately, these guys set a standard for us that came after. Like Teddy, I grew up here in San Bernardino. I mean, I went to Sturgis, I went to San Bernardino High School, San Bernardino Valley College. I'm a proud San Bernardino boy.
So it was really fun. It was very nostalgic. It's historic, and it's an era that's, now everything is FM or digitized or whatever. Music has changed, and this is really a great fun time.
But some of the best times that I ever had, of course, was growing up around the Cayman and some of the moments there.
We do this to give people an idea of what it was like living back then.
Others just as great fun. Johnny Helm, Russ O'Hara, Jim Mitchell, Robert E. Walker, Dave McCormick, Mark Ford, Mark Dennis, John Ravenscroft, and many, many more. The Cayman.
These are all names I remember as kids. I thought of them as celebrities, And we had Johnny Helm, Ted Ziegenbusch, Bruce Chandler, Chris Roberts, Chuck Street.
I was never on the radio on Cayman or KFXM. I did start on the radio at KBCR at Valley College, which was a great experience. But I was so inspired by both stations, and especially Cayman, because there was some remarkable radio that took place here. A lot of talent came to this town and went on to very, very big jobs.
We had the radio stations, top 40 stations. We had the Swing Auditorium, looking at the National Orange Show. Every big-name band of the 60s, I'd say 50s, 60s, into the 70s, were here except for the Beatles. It's a great way to get people to think of the good things about San Bernardino. We certainly know about the negative things, the negative issues, especially in the last couple of years. But this is a real positive event.
Johnny Helm, Cayman 129.
Helm's band delivered to Fontana on the Cayman heavyweight hit lines. Lynn Anderson.
We are at the former Norton Air Force Base. It is now known as the San Bernardino International Airport. It's in San Bernardino at the corner of 3rd and Del Rosa. Well, the museum has been opened for going on 3 years, 2.5 years. I like to say it's the brightest star in San Bernardino. We are solely independent. We're a nonprofit. We charge nothing, and we try to cater to schools, churches, senior groups, and the general public. We also have a section out in the memorial area of the Berlin Wall. What we're trying to do is offer a look back into the history of Norton, back from about 1950, when it was named after Leland Norton, to when the base closed in 1994. The museum gives you a look back into history of just what Norton did for the San Bernardino and the Inland Empire. We try to tell a story here of the progression of Norton as it evolved through the years and the mission that the base changed.
Oh, it has brought some wonderful things to San Bernardino. The history of the base, memories of careers for many people that used to be stationed here, and they are very important missions that used to be on this base.
This is the historical side of San Bernardino. Norton played a very big economic part to the Inland Empire, and especially San Bernardino. And this just keeps alive what Norton was to the community and the contributions that it made to San Bernardino.
Well, this building was declared surplus by the water department of the city of San Bernardino because they couldn't maintain it, and it had been vandalized completely. Homeless were forced themselves in here, used restrooms that had no water. So you imagine how that was. It was in very bad shape. They didn't want to maintain it any longer, so they put it up for either sale or whatever.
I mean, it's a pretty big deal. There isn't really a place like this in downtown San Bernardino for people to come and really learn about art and do their thing. So, especially in this specific area, it's such a good thing to have.
Thanks to everybody that's had anything to do with this. This is just the beginning. This is a renaissance and the phoenix rising. Let's make this the start of us getting back out of bankruptcy and bringing this city back to life.
We have reached that level where people can come and share experiences in the arts, enjoy them themselves, and in a safe and nice environment.
That we say no to violence and we say yes to the arts. The arts have always been
Any research that you look on about the influence of the arts on children, small children, young adults, adults themselves, when they get involved with some expression, either in the visual arts or the performing arts, things get better.
Who participated in creating this old rundown building into, a place of culture and art, a place where people are going to come and do great things.
Not only have a lot of volunteers put a lot of work into this, no one that worked on this got paid for doing any of it, except for some of the landscaping. But all of the floors we laid by hand, all of the painting on the walls was done by the volunteers. So I would suggest coming just to check it out. If nothing more, just come and walk through and see what this sort of oasis in the center of San Bernardino has to offer for the community. And it's a nice place to come and just sit and read, even. It's just, I don't know, I would say come out, just check it out.
Yep, he just made a mistake. There he goes.
You're running late, and your path is blocked by water crossing the road. It doesn't look that deep, so you decide to drive through it. Bad decision. And it may be your last.
"15 minutes? 30 minutes? An hour? How long are you willing to take to get there?" San Bernardino County is looking to improve your drive on the I-10 and I-15 freeways. On the I-10, we're looking at adding express lanes, carpool lanes, or keeping things the way they are. You're in the driver's seat and your minutes matter. Go to our website at 1015projects.com to learn more and be a part of the conversation.
I'm a firefighter.
A teacher.
I'm a farmer. I'm a barber.
A waitress. A mom. We're all part of your community. Every day we move in and out of each other's busy lives.
It's easy to take for granted all the little moments that make up our everyday.
Some are good, others not so much.
But that's life. It's when you experience a moment of uncertainty, something or someone's behavior that doesn't seem quite right.
These are the moments to take a pause.
Because if something doesn't feel right, it's probably not. It's not about paranoia
or being afraid.
It's about standing up and protecting our communities.
One detail at a time.
Because a lot of little details can become a pattern.
We
We trust our instincts.
just like you should.
Because only you know what's not supposed to be in your everyday.
So protect your everyday.
If you see something suspicious, say something to local authorities.
Hi, I'm Ashley Gaines with the EDCT Foundation, San Bernardino Community College District. We're starting the 1 Million Cups program from the Kauffman Foundation, starting October 5th, the first Wednesday of every month. Come join us as we talk about entrepreneurship. We'll be having 2 entrepreneurs do their business plan, elevator pitch, and everyone else can sit and talk and learn from their experiences. And it's just going to be an entrepreneurial ecosystem that we're creating so that we can all learn from one another. For more information, go to edctfoundation.org. And once again, I'm Ashley Gaines, Director of the EDCT Foundation. Thank you so much.
I'm Sergeant Eric Fyvie from San Bernardino Police Department, Emergency Operations Manager. If you are interested in participating in the Community Emergency Response Team, please go to the website below. Thank you.
We are right here at Skateland on Highland and Lugo, right here in the heart of the neighborhood here in San Bernardino. And what we're doing today is an event called SB We Care. So we're just put on a collaborative event for the city just to let them know that we care about them. Everything we're doing, we're giving out stuff. We're not selling anything, just to bless them.
What this event does today is it lets everybody know, the citizens of San Bernardino, that there's still people that care about the citizens, there's still people that care about the city, and that there's still people that really want to improve the environment and the school systems and the jobs and everything that comes along with the beautiful city such as San Bernardino.
We wanted to come out to San Bernardino and just let the people know that we care about them. And today it's not just Victory Outreach, but it's also the Black Chamber. Inland Empire is represented here. Black Chamber of Commerce, Inland Empire. Benito Barrios, the councilman over this area. And then also we have the Greater Riverside Hispanic Chamber of Commerce, Skateland, First Five is out here, Suavecitos Car Club, Cole's Care is out here as well.
That these guys are totally supportive of schools, of kids' programs, and programs like this. They always show up, they always show love, they always do fundraisers for all communities such as the JDRF, the Juvenile Research Diabetes Relay for Life, for Loma Linda Children's Hospital, and for Victory Outreach, and for the community of San Bernardino, along with all the adjacent cities that are around this area. So I would tell them to come on out, man. Come and have a good time with us. It's always a positive thing. It's always family. You see all the kids around. We have a good time, man.
And there's just a resource fair here today. And then at 5 o'clock, we're going to be opening the doors, and it'll be a small concert and a live drama depicting the life of the streets here in San Bernardino, but with the message of hope and empowerment at the end.
And new people are actually helping with the new mayor, help bring new events and new stuff to the community, such as an event. Victory Outreach is one of the nonprofit organizations, along with a lot of the car clubs, that come together to support all these different events to let everybody know, like I said, that San Bernardino still has residents that care about its city and care about its citizens.
So we're here at the San Bernardino City Shelter, and Western University College of Veterinary Medicine Shelter Club puts on this adoption event every year, and we invite volunteers from not only our school, the main volunteers are veterinary students to come, but we invite volunteers from the community. We had the Honda helpers here today.
Well, because we need the importance of saving the dog's life, because having a dog is a big responsibility, and some people don't realize that. So I think when you come here, you realize you see the dogs and you start loving them. You want to take them home.
What we're doing here today is we're actually helping the Western University team put on their adoption event. We were so excited to be asked to be a part of it. We are pet guests, but what we do is we work as an extension of the shelter to help keep animals from getting into the shelter.
Today they're having an adoption event. Western University students spayed and neutered several dogs to make it possible for adopters to come down today and have their pets go home today, because normally they'd have to wait until they can pick them up from the vet on Monday. So they do this once a year, and today's been a really great turnout.
And the goal is to just get as many of these animals adopted as we possibly can in one day. And they spay and neuter all the animals, so that cuts down the cost for potential adopters, so that's a benefit.
I'm a volunteer for Foster Me, and what that is it's actually online media. And we're actually trying to find people that are willing to take in some of these animals for a little while, get them readjusted, get the shelter shock off.
So what I do on every Saturday is I come get the dogs out from their kennels and bring them out to this play yard. And it gives them a time to decompress, because a lot of times now that the dogs are being kept longer, they have a lower euthanasia rate. Dogs are being kept in their kennels upwards to a month, sometimes 2 months. And unless they get out and decompress, they do get kennel stress.
We have a lot of sister and brother organizations that we're working with and promoting here at the shelter. And one of the other ones that we work with is a program called Battle Buddies. This is for all those vets out there that have PTSD and they just need a companion dog. And we find a soldier that is in need so that these dogs can actually go anywhere with these soldiers. So they can feel like that they can be integrated back into the community and not have to worry about meltdowns and things like that. They can actually get jobs, and that's where our VA partner comes in.
There's people that come here every day that they're open. I know we can't expect everyone to do that, but if you can give some of your time, at least once a week to dedicate to them.
It's super huge to the community. It gives them a resource here at the shelter where they can come and find help if they need it. There are a lot of us volunteers that are here. They can also have, if their pets get picked up, they have resources here. But in addition, it talks to San Bernardino, and Oscar, our shelter manager, is making this a no-kill shelter. A no-kill shelter means that less than 5% of the dogs get euthanized. That's where all of us come in. Everybody out there in the community can help with this project to make sure that this shelter is a premier shelter in San Bernardino.
Today we're at Pioneer Park in San Bernardino. It's where the Feldheim Library is. And we're commemorating the centennial as well as rededication of the Soldiers and Sailors Monument that was erected on April 15th, 1916. And we also are dedicating a new World War I plaque that replaces, it's made out of black granite. It replaces 2 bronze plaques that were stolen a year ago or so.
This little soldier, Civil War soldier, has stood watch over San Bernardino for over a century, day and night, in good times, in bad times, and in peace and in war.
People that were here today, we had Mayor Kerry Davis.
Once again, I'm grateful for all of those who organized this event. It's a beautiful event and a beautiful day, and I'm grateful for the opportunity to accept this on behalf of the city of San Bernardino.
Several officials with the city of San Bernardino. We had a number of people from different service groups, like the Native Sons of the Golden West, the San Bernardino Historical and Pioneer Society, which is basically sponsoring this event, and collaboration with the city of San Bernardino. Also, the Sons of Union Veterans of the Civil War and Sons of Daughters of Union Veterans of the Civil War, and the American Legion Post 14. And there's lots of concerned and interested citizens of San Bernardino that felt that this is a really important event, which it is. A lot of people tend to forget the importance of holidays like Veterans Day and Memorial Day. And, our country, we are who we are, and we have the privileges we have because of the men and women that have sacrificed their lives or put their lives on the line for us in the past. Sometimes we need reminders about that, and that's why sometimes we need tangible statues or buildings or whatever that you can see that reminds you of why we're here.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0, ignition, liftoff.
I enjoy playing basketball because it's very competitive. I like competing at a very high level, and it's really fun to learn new things and just to get better, so I like that.
Basketball is like a way of me expressing myself without people judging me.
I enjoy playing basketball because it keeps me busy, and it's fun, and I like hanging with my teammates.
I enjoy playing basketball because I like being part of a team, and it's just nice to know that people have your back whenever you need them.
I enjoy playing basketball because it's fun. You get to be part of a family, a team. I would say the best part of the season would be team bonding and stuff that we did off the court and just team dinners. It was really fun doing those.
The best part of the season was winning the state championship and just having fun with my teammates.
My inspiration will be Kayla because, you see how far she's gotten, to see what she's achieved, throughout her years, and she's just always happy and always has a good spirit.
My inspiration is my mom because all throughout my life I've seen her work so hard to get where we're at, and she's encouraged me ever since I started basketball. She's been going to every one of my games, so she's my biggest inspiration. My favorite quote is, hard work beats talent when talent fails to work hard.
We are so excited, and this is our very first San Bernardino Downtown Art Walk. And we are just so thrilled to see so many people here coming together because San Bernardino is a lot more than what we think it is. And I'm just excited to be on the Fine Arts Commission, and we've been planning this for about 9 months, and we're going to do it again. We're going to do it again in the fall.
The kids are actually setting the way for us. So when we have an event like this, it really is tailored to take advantage of the talent and the opinions and attitudes of the young people in the community. Downtowns come back. They're revitalized, usually by the spirit of youth. And so doing an event like this is to give the young people a chance to influence us in a very positive way.
The students from all different age groups, high school up, and then San Bernardino Valley Community College, and also Cal State San Bernardino University.
I think arts are very important to bring people together. I think it's important for the city to show the world that our city is going to be a model for the rest of the world to look at.
We are going to move this city forward, and if they don't like it, they can just get out of the way and watch those of us that are making it happen.
Today we're in San Bernardino performing with our bicycle freestyle show, Stunt Masters BMX, just showing people what bikes are all about, really. They're not just crazy stunts and dumb luck, you know? It's a lot of hard work, practice, focus, dedication, using your head to get ahead, stay where you want to be. We're hopefully influencing the kids with good messages.
We learned about the safety of bike riding and also about how to respect other people and how to be involved in the community.
Healthy Habits Tour, we're calling it, because we're bringing the message of bicycle safety, sports safety, physical fitness, health. So it's just a fun show, talking about building your character so you can build the right team to get where you want to go.
Being part of a team makes everything better, because you guys get a chance to help out and make it the best you can.
Come out, see something, have a good time with your friends, with your family, be a part of the community, really. We always talk about teamwork. We're all about teamwork here. Even though we're riding a bike and there's only one person on a bike, it took a whole group of people to get us where we are today. The cool thing about here is it brings people to a central location, the library. Where can you learn more good things than a library, right? You got this building full of smart people doing cool things, bringing together communities so they can share ideas, thoughts, books. And that's what we do. We're sharing ideas, thoughts, and bike riding, BMX. So it's really cool just to motivate kids to get out of the house, turn off the TV, put down the video games, be a part of something. It could inspire them to go as far as they want.
We're here at the California Theater of the Performing Arts in downtown San Bernardino. The theater is really considered the jewel of downtown. We're a state and a national historic site. It's been here since 1928. It was built as a vaudeville house and a silent movie palace. After it was a silent movie house, when talkies came in, it became a regular movie house. The movie studios in Los Angeles used this theater, among many, many other theaters, to screen new movies for test audiences. A couple of the movies that were screened here was the original King Kong and The Wizard of Oz. And then it became home to the San Bernardino Civic Light Opera. They would bring in major celebrities. So we've had everyone from Rock Hudson, Carol Burnett, the Three Stooges, Will Rogers, Jack Benny, Bob Hope, lots and lots of celebrities have been here over the years and have performed. And after that, Theatrical Arts Foundation took it over, which manages the theater for the city of San Bernardino. And we also do our own season of shows, as well as we rent the theater out to other groups and organizations. There are other producers here at the theater. Worldwide Theatricals does about 4 musicals a year. Sinfonia Mexicana, which presents classical Mexican music, also performs here. The San Bernardino Symphony performs 5 concerts a year here. And Inland Dance Theater does their annual production of The Nutcracker. It really varies every year, but probably upwards of maybe 40 shows a year total. We present many of the same shows or very classic theatrical productions that are also done in Los Angeles. And so local people of San Bernardino, don't have to drive to Los Angeles to see good quality professional theater. It's their theater. The theater belongs to the city and to the people of San Bernardino. And you can't get any better than that, to have local organizations presenting live entertainment.
Hi, I'm Ashley Gaines with the EDCT Foundation, San Bernardino Community College District. We're starting the 1 Million Cups program from the Kauffman Foundation, starting October 5th, the first Wednesday of every month. Come join us as we talk about entrepreneurship. We'll be having 2 entrepreneurs do their business plan, elevator pitch, and everyone else can sit and talk and learn from their experiences. And it's just going to be an entrepreneur ecosystem that we're creating so that we can all learn from one another. For more information, go to edctfoundation.org. And once again, I'm Ashley Gaines, Director of the EDCT Foundation. Thank you so much.
This is Don Escalante with LifeStream. Please give the gift of life by donating blood with LifeStream Blood Bank, our local blood bank. Your donation could assist a surgical patient, a cancer patient, an accident, burn, or trauma victim, even a prematurely born baby. For more information, locations, and to make an appointment, please call 800-879-4484 or go to lstream.org. On behalf of patients and their loved ones, I'm Don Escalante, and I thank you.
We are here at the Ancherells Park doing a citywide cleanup for the City of San Bernardino residents. This is free. It's sponsored by Bertec, along with the City of San Bernardino. We're here from 8 a.m. to 11 a.m. Today we have 7 trucks for the bulky items for regular trash, 1 truck for green waste only, and we have a company that collects e-waste. We also collecting tires and metal. This is very important for the city. Now, as a resident of the City of San Bernardino, I like this type of events because it keeps our neighborhoods clean, and I encourage my neighbors to bring all the unwanted items because, you know, we all like a clean city, and we're looking forward to have a City of San Bernardino clean. We get a lot of positive comments from the residents. They usually sometimes, when they have more than one load, they go back home, they load up the trucks, they come back as long as they come in before we close at 11. And if there's a line at 11, the last truck, no matter how long it takes, it will be able to dump the unwanted items. We have a citywide cleanup every month, the last Saturday of the month. If you have bulky items, save them for the end of the month. Don't just go and get rid of them. Just save them and bring it to us, and we'll take care of it. Okay. If you'd like to hear more about this event, just check the City of San Bernardino website.
An 1887 map would show only 4 tracks leading away from the...
Tonight I presented a talk about the early rail lines that ran in and out of San Bernardino for well over 100 years, and on the restoration of the big steam locomotive 3751, which was actually obtained from the city of San Bernardino, where it was on display for years. It was built in 1928. And it ran all the way up through 1950s. When it was retired, it was placed in a park in San Bernardino as a tribute to the railroaders who helped build the town.
Other electrified installations grew in Redlands and Riverside. Another talk, I guess. Later, the great Pacific Electric Railway Company...
Some people don't have too much of an interest in history, but in my opinion, they should, because history has brought us to where we are today, you know? History going back thousands of years, or many thousands, has brought us to where we are. And I think the more we understand about history, the more we can relate to what's happening presently, and to prepare for the future. I miss the trains that I kind of grew up with from the 50s and the steam locomotives of the 1900s to 1950s. I don't know, the trains today are wonderful, but they're just people movers, you know. They don't have that historic feeling that you get on board a luxury vintage passenger train. To me, a steam locomotive is like a living dinosaur, you know, and it's like a living machine. And it's just, the public just loves to look at these things. I grew up kind of loving railroads. I did model railroading in junior high school and high school. I collected antique toy trains for a while, and then I was able to join the crew of the big steam locomotive to help restore that for 5 years. So I tried to advise people to think of something personal in their life that they're interested in the way of history. We're all learning. I mean, no one can learn all of history. There's a huge amount of it. And I love to hear other people speak or relate to what I'm interested in. I think history becomes more important the older you get. And it certainly did with me.
Today we're here at Parasol Park in the heart of San Bernardino, and we're here for the Keep SB Clean efforts. There's 2 events going on at the park today. We have the Fight Blight Cleanup Day, which you see everybody cleaning up all the debris, trash here, trash there. And on the other side, we have the Residential Dump Day, where people who have old mattresses, instead of dumping them in the alley or vacant lots, we're asking you to bring them to Parasol Park today to make sure that we recycle them properly, get rid of them, and they don't litter the streets.
Today is a free special event for the residents in the city of San Bernardino to help them out, keep and beautify the city of San Bernardino. We have trucks here to unload trash from our residents. Also, we have a company here to do all the e-waste for us. I was born and raised here. I take pride in making sure I can do my part to help out with the residents. It's important to me.
Events like this really bring people together. We saw small children coming, saying that they wanted to be a part of cleaning up San Bernardino. We have people from the Art Institute, Cal State San Bernardino, community neighborhood associations. We also have County Fire here as well. It's really a united effort and really keeping the park nice and clean.
It does a lot for our community. You know, as going to San Bernardino, coming from like a different city, I know that this area is like different, like more rural. So like for me, it's just good to know that like you're cleaning out where your school is. You know, like it makes the environment more safer and more healthy to be around.
Fight blight.
Fight blight. Fight blight. Fight blight.
We are at the new San Bernardino campus of Loma Linda University Health that we've recently opened here in San Bernardino right alongside the 215 freeway. Loma Linda University is part of the sponsors of the World Affairs Council, the local Inland Empire chapter. So this evening we hosted a special event with the Chief Counsel of Mexico.
Mexico and the United States are neighbors, allies, and friends. Our unbreakable partnership is indeed based on history, commerce, and prosperity.
California by itself is also a very important relationship for Mexico. So that's why we have the strongest diplomatic presence of any country. You have Mexico in the U.S. Right here, just in California, we have 10 consulates, 12 in Texas, 50 all over the states. Besides what we do usually, that is offer protection, advice, documentation to our fellow nationals, we are also now the one-stop shop for anything to have to do with Mexico and Mexican national.
I feel it's very important that our local civic leaders have better global understanding. The U.S. is a large enough country that they often get isolated, don't fully understand what's going on around us. So the World Affairs Council has a commitment to bringing ambassadors, prominent statesmen from around the world together to speak to us here in San Bernardino.
There's a lot of things going on. This is a very important year. So this is a great venue to know what's going on, what's happening, what's the postures of the different actors and the different players over here, but also to know what we can do to engage in this kind of things.
Loma Linda University has approximately 4,500 students, but they come from 85 different countries around the world. So there's a lot from Latin America, certainly from Mexico, but many other countries around the world. So it's important for us to be able to help those students understand the broader community that they are part of, and for Loma Linda to be engaged in that dialogue.
What we share is greater than what divides us.
We're here at the 7th Annual Golf Charity Event for the Inland Empire Future Leaders. It's an annual fundraiser that we do for the Inland Empire Future Leaders, and all the money goes to the organization to help organize their summer camps that we do every year for all incoming freshmen and 8th graders.
We have some special things going on at the golf tournament today. Basically on a par 4, there's a gentleman out there with the airsoft gun launching golf balls. Pretty much guaranteed to get you on the green and reduce your score. We also have a super ticket which is going on for $40. We'll randomly select 4 individuals. They'll be able to have an opportunity to get a hole-in-one. If they get a hole-in-one, then they get $100,000.
Anytime you can get out, enjoy the outdoors, and raise money for a good cause, it's worthwhile. And there's no worthier cause than the Inland Empire Future Leaders organization.
Inland Empire Future Leader has over 99% of students that participate in this week-long conference. They graduate from high school, and over 90% of them end up graduating from a college or university, so it's a great success rate.
Well, since I've been a part of the Inland Empire Future Leaders program for 11 years, I learned how to be culturally aware of my heritage and how that plays into my everyday life. I learned how to be a better person and a better leader, and I was able to use the skills that I've used at camp to go to a 4-year university. I graduated from UC Riverside with my bachelor's in sociology and my bachelor's in Chicano and Chicana studies in 2013, and I'm currently on my way to graduate school, and if it weren't for this program, I would not be where I am today.
It's been a awesome thing. We enjoy coming out and spending time here, obviously, with everybody, but at the same time, we know we're benefiting the kids to try to give them an opportunity to make them learn and be successful.
Every single person that's walked through our doors of this program has benefited for years and years to come, and we've made really amazing lifelong friendships. So for more information on the Inland Empire Future Leaders Program, visit www.iefl.org.
So what we've done is we wanted to showcase the athletes and really bring health and wellness resources to them. So the athletes come in and they pick up their packet, which includes information about the event, a goodie bag, as well as their t-shirt for participating in the IE Senior Games. And then we have over 15 different health and wellness vendors here. So everything from Humana to Kaiser Permanente to even our senior center giving information out to the community.
Have put this together because these are resources that we need.
The first thing is to thank the cities like Fontana, San Bernardino, Rialto, and Loma Linda for helping sponsor this, along with all the sponsors. And of course, the participants. If you don't have the participants, then you don't really have the spirit. So you need a participation. I think the Senior Games basically provide a a showcase for people to stay healthy, stay in shape, and realize they can still do something after a certain age. There's so many people that have this age syndrome where, oh, I'm 65, I can't do that, or I'm 80, I can't do that. And we have senior tennis series. And in that series, we have people that are in their 85s and 90s playing. Now, they don't necessarily play by themselves. They have a teammate that might be younger. But it's interesting to see people that have these augmentations like new shoulder, new knees, new hips, and so forth, out there playing like they did before they had the surgeries and so forth.
Oh, it gives a place for seniors to go and participate and have fun and exercise and meet people. And it's fun.
We're at Parasol Park here in San Bernardino, and we have a senior tennis tournament today. And we played in the first round against Ron and Amy, and we competed well. They beat us. It was a lot of fun. Looking forward to the next round.
You've got to try and get people out of the house, off the couch, into the gym or into the track or under the courts to get them motivated so that they want to enjoy the spirit of competition. Because once you have the spirit of competition, it's sort of like, bring it on, what's next, okay? And that's a real good attitude to have when you're a senior.
Hi, my name is Michael Smurf Timby, the voice of your 2016 Patriots Jet Team. We're so excited to be back in San Bernardino for number 2, that's right, SBD Fest number 2 right here at the San Bernardino Airport. Used to be Norton Air Force Base. Last year, in 2015, it was the first time in over 20 years that we have seen an air show here. Your Patriots Jet Team is the only 6-ship civilian-owned aerobatic jet team in the United States of America, with former United States Air Force Thunderbird pilots, a former Blue Angel pilot, the former lead pilot from the Canadian Snowbirds. It's a beautiful day in San Bernardino. So what's kind of interesting, our number 3 pilot, his name is John Boards Posson. He's the only jet pilot in the industry, the air show industry, that actually does what we call a tail slide. He flies that airplane at over 400 miles straight up to about 6,000 feet, bringing that airplane to a complete stop, falling out of the sky backwards at over 100 miles an hour. We'll see loops, rolls, opposing hits, inverted flight, fast, low passes. We're going to have a great grand finale, too, honoring the folks in San Bernardino at the end of our show. Visit our website at www.patriotsjetteam.com.
Hi, I'm Ashley Gaines with the EDCT Foundation, San Bernardino Community College District. We're starting the 1 Million Cups program from the Kauffman Foundation, starting October 5th, the first Wednesday of every month. Come join us as we talk about entrepreneurship. We'll be having 2 entrepreneurs do their business plan, elevator pitch, and everyone else can sit and talk and learn from their experiences. And it's just going to be an entrepreneurial ecosystem that we're creating so that we can all learn from one another. For more information, go to edctfoundation.org. And once again, I'm Ashley Gaines, Director of the EDCT Foundation. Thank you so much.
Well, this is our 17th annual Cruising East Street Car Show and Veterans Day Parade. So we've been doing it 17 years, and today is a really nice day. It can end up a perfect day.
It's
just always good to see the community come together.
This is just one of the many things that makes San Bernardino great.
Veterans, the meat, the potatoes, and our lives. The reason that our country is great is because of you.
I'm grateful for the continuing sacrifice of our veterans, those who serve currently. I'm also grateful for those who serve in elected office, who are trying to preserve the rights, privileges, and freedoms that they fought so valiantly to preserve.
So here is, it's a Veterans Day Parade, and it's also honoring the 90th anniversary of Route 66. And basically what we came here to do is to honor our veterans by singing our military medley about all the branches of the military to honor them.
Over hill, over dale, we're out in the dusty trail, and those caissons go rolling along.
Let it be known, from this day back, this day present, and all days future, I will take great pride in thanking all past, present, and future veterans of the military forces of our great country, the United States of America.
My name is Alexis Lopez. I am in the 12th grade and I attend Indian Springs High School. Well, my sister, she just graduated last year, so everything that she did, I wanted to do. So she played volleyball, I played volleyball. She played softball, I played softball. The best part of volleyball for me is definitely hitting, because I like the feeling of just like hitting it and then knowing that you're scoring for your team. My favorite position is playing outside. The toughest part for that position is definitely not trying to get blocked, because I'm not very tall, so like the block's like right there and I have to go over on the side of it or through it. And the best part is just knowing that you got a victory for your team. The team this year is definitely more energetic. We have a better like attitude. We work on passing a lot. And we also do hitting a lot, but I'm passing more because it's also one of like the whole team. It's one of our weaknesses. So yeah, we're just trying to improve on that. In my serving, I like to do float serve. So it's kind of tough because sometimes when I don't get it right, it's like an easy pass. But float serving is like a difficult pass to get. So when I get it right, I feel like I'm excited. Coach Poku, he likes to see determination, and he does not want you to give up during the game at all.
So Alexis, she plays outside hitter for me. Okay, really short, but she's great at it. She's one of our best hitters on the team. She's one of our best passers, defensive players, and also one of our best setters. She's definitely one of the girls that, when the ball's served to her, I expect it to be a great pass. Okay, if she's got to take, not a system play, she's got to take the second ball, I'm not worried about a double contact or anything. On the court, some of the girls are inexperienced. She's directing them around. Plays go wrong. She's kind of pointing, encouraging. And that's huge, because last year she just happened to be there. She didn't have to take control. She just had to contribute. And this year she's got to lead and definitely do a lot of the heavy lifting. And she's done a fantastic job.
In sports, it pushes you to never give up. So when I'm doing my homework, I'm like, no, I can't stop right now. I need to finish all of it. How I keep my grades is definitely tiring, because once you go to practice and you go home, it's such a drag, but you just got to be determined to get your work done. I maintain a 4.0 GPA, and I definitely want to go into the nursing field, and I plan on going to UCR. The advice I would give to someone trying out for a new sport is to have fun while you're playing the sport, not to try too hard, because when you try too hard, you might mess up and then you'll get frustrated. But just have fun, because that's what it's all about at the end.
My name is Bobby Kump. I'm a senior in Indian Springs High School, and I play football, basketball, and baseball. I got started my freshman year, so I've been playing 4 years of basketball in high school, and I wanted to get in shape for baseball, so I just joined the basketball team, and it just stuck with me. I play point guard and small forward, and my favorite position is small forward because I get to look for my teammates more and shoot the ball. And the toughest one's a guard, and it's tough for me because I'm not really a ball handler, and players like to play pressure on me a lot. My favorite part of basketball is defense, and I love get intense with people, and that's my favorite part of basketball. I want to win, so I don't let no one behind me, and to play defense, I just focus on their hips so they won't get by me, and I like to involve my teammates in defense, so we play as a group so everyone gets involved. Well, we do a lot of defensive drills in our practice, and most of our defensive drills make our offensive drills. My favorite part coming to practice is when everyone's hyped up, and it just makes practice a lot more smoother and funner. To be a better player, I work out every day, and for an hour I do mental reps every night of what I have to do at practice or in a game. One thing I learned from Coach Taylor is always do everything 100% no matter what you do, and even in life, just you got to go for it, no quits. When on the court, he just wants everyone to do 100%. It doesn't matter if it's right or wrong. If you're going 100 miles an hour, he's cool with that.
Anything that you can contribute positive to the team, that's what we're looking for.
What I love most about Bobby as a basketball player is that he's tenacious. I mean, every player makes mistakes. I mean, that's just the nature of the game. But with Bobby, he makes a mistake 100 miles and running, which, I mean, that's what we need on the team. You know, all-out effort, leaving it out on the court. There's never been a situation where I had to ask Bobby to go hard. That's probably his strong suit. I mean, with that, you know, intensity that he has, it plays really well on the defensive side. He's probably one of our best on-ball defenders. I love putting him in situations where he has a nose for the ball. I guess that's his football background. I mean, Bobby is an athlete. He not only plays basketball, he plays football and baseball, and he just has a knack for the ball. He has a nose for the ball. He's in every play. I think that really helps our team out defensively.
I have a 3.4 GPA, and when I graduate high school, my goal is to play college baseball, and I want to be a Major League Baseball player when I get older. My most influential person is my friend Nick, because we're always competing together. I knew him forever, and we play every sport together, and we keep going at each other, and he drives me every day.
I'm Brooklyn Wilson. I'm a senior. I go to Cajon High School and I play volleyball. I started playing at a community center, like something pretty small. And the coaches at the community center said that I was pretty good, so they wanted me to get into club. And I found a club called Rancho Valley Volleyball Club, and I started playing there, and I've been playing there ever since. Well, my position is outside hitter, and I feel that's the position that I'm strongest at. I used to be a middle hitter, and middles, you have to have the physical ability to be a middle, meaning height-wise, you have to be able to jump really high. And I can jump really high, but to be a middle with my height wasn't really realistic. So I changed to an outside where I feel I'm strongest at, because I can get above the net and hit the ball, and in the back row, I can pass pretty consistently. Personally, I want to be a better player physically and mentally, so at practice, obviously I'm working on getting more consistent at everything, like getting consistent at getting good passes, getting consistent at doing the things I'm supposed to do to get a good kill, a nice hit. Mentally, I want to be a more composed player, meaning if I make a mistake, that I just kind of shake it off and go on to the next play, and when I do something good, I'm excited for not only me, but my team. Coach Bougie. I've been on her team for 4 years. She's really inspirational to me. She's one of the people in my life that she actually wants to see me do good, and she wants to see me go far. She's one of the people that pushes me the hardest. And for players, she looks for that kind of potential, that kind of drive to want to play the sport.
Brooklyn started for me as a freshman. I had her up on varsity, so she's a 4-year letterman. She started out kind of small, but she's grown throughout the years, and she's gotten a lot stronger, and she's probably one of our most dominant hitters in the league. Well, the last couple of years, we've had some younger girls on the team, and I think she remembers when she was a freshman, what it felt like to be a freshman on a varsity team, so she's really stepped up and, kind of lead them even on and off the court.
My overall GPA right now is a 3.7, and after I graduate high school, I obviously want to go to college, want to play volleyball. I want to go to a college that has a good sports medicine program because I really want to go into sports medicine and athletic training. Well, the most influential person in my life is my grandfather. His name is Fred Smith. This man does everything for me. He's my lifeline. Without him, I don't know where I would be. He pushes me every single day to be the best person I can be. He's a great man.
My name is Dejan Williams. I'm a senior at San Antonio High School. I got to the game of football when I was younger, about like 6 or 7, and I got introduced by my brother. He was playing, and I actually wanted to play too. The best thing about football to me is the hitting. I like the physicality of it. I play outside linebacker and running back. I like outside linebacker more because it's more of hitting. But at running back, you do more of the getting hitting. I like to do the hitting. At practice, we do. If it's an offensive practice, we just work offense. We go to our individuals. I will go with the running backs, and everybody else will go. Then we work individuals for a little bit. Then we'll go 7-on-7, and then do some team. Things that I work on to improve from running back, I do footwork drills, speed. You can never be faster than that. You gotta have sweet feet. That's Coach G would say. The team, we're pretty good this year. We just gotta learn to come more together as a team than what we've been doing. The last couple games, we've been playing more individually for ourselves, but now we need to come together and get better as a team. One important thing I learned from Coach Geringer is you can never work too hard. You can never do too much. Like, there's no such thing as doing too much for yourself. Like, you can constantly work hard and it will never be enough, so you just have to continue working because there's someone out there working harder than you.
Deshaun is a downhill running back, and he was the first team All-League San Andreas linebacker as a sophomore. He played running back and linebacker as a junior and did an outstanding job for us. Made first team San Andreas, both leagues. The bottom line with Dejan, we call him Day Day. Day Day's probably at the next level, probably be a linebacker. He's such an impactful player. He's a fierce competitor, a devastating hitter, comes downhill and hits you hard, understands how to play the game. Plus, he has the ability to cover in space. So at the next level, we probably see him playing defense. Deshaun has really worked hard in the weight room as well as in the classroom. He's made himself a Division I prospect, and we're proud of him and excited that he's San G's point.
Advice I would give to someone trying out for sports for the first time would be just go out and give it your all. Go 100%. Don't slack at no practices. Just give it your all every day, and that'll make it so we get better and better. The most important people in my life would be my mom and dad, of course, my brothers and sisters, because they always make sure that I'm doing what I can do to be the best I can be. And then Coach G, he's really a big part in that too, so also because no matter what it is, he's always there to support me.
My name is Eliana Chavera. I'm a 10th grader at Aquinas High School, and I play varsity volleyball. I've been playing for 8 years now, and just over the time, it just seemed like a thing that I wanted to continue because of the foundation. There's always like that family team. I'm pretty sure every sport has that, and just having the fire during the game. The way I started volleyball, well, my mom coached at Pacific High School, and I really liked to go to her practices. So I'd just go over and I would mess around with the varsity team. My main position is the outside hitter. Sometimes I'm a setter, depending on high school or travel ball. The hardest thing about being an outside hitter is really being on time, staying conditioned, and making sure that you're on your job. And what I like about it is always getting the time to score, and playing defense is my favorite. Defense is a major key in volleyball because you can't start a play without starting defense. Passing is number one. You always have to get it on so that you can get the kill. I love defense personally because always getting the feeling of picking up somebody's ball, that's always great. This team we have a young team. We lost 8 seniors last year, and me coming in, our returners had to step up, but there's a lot of potential, and I'm proud of how far these girls have came.
There were a lot of things that we were kind of slipping through yesterday at our game for defense, so that's what we're going to work on right now. We're going to have
Coach Cachapero, she really likes to see the fire in a girl to want to win and to want to improve. She really likes that, and she also likes when somebody is really determined to get better and try to earn that spot on playing.
Tia Chavera is a very strong, dedicated athlete. She is constantly coming to the gym, working hard. When she's on the court, she is a very explosive player. She, wants the ball every time. She makes sure that she puts that competition into the players as well, so she does lead them on the court. She has a great swing, great defense, and she's constantly working hard to keep this ball alive for our team.
My GPA, I think it's a 3.5. What I want to do is play volleyball in college, but I don't know what I want to major in yet. My number one supporter is my mom. She's the one who started me in volleyball. She's the one who always gives me the best advice. She's caring. She's always there for me after a loss or a win. She's always at my games. She's just my number one supporter.
My name is Irelia James. I'm in 11th grade and I played girls basketball. I started playing basketball because in middle school I've been playing for 7th and 8th grade, and when I came here I found out that they had a basketball team, and so I was like, might as well join. I love basketball anyway. So I play point guard or I play the wing, and honestly I kind of like both because point guard I can control the ball, and sometimes I like to have everybody else control the ball so we can all get a little fun at it, and I just like helping out. Toughest part would have to be controlling the ball, making sure everybody's set, having everybody ready, and getting the play going. What we work on is our plays, out of bounds, defense, offense. We do a lot of running too, so that we can be conditioned. We practice our layups, our shots, just to get us going so we can be better at the games. We have practice like we're supposed to and we work hard, but being out there and having fun while we're doing it makes it the best part. I love my team. The girls are great. Yeah, we have things to work on, but I like the fact that we don't get mad because we're being told something. If we do, we end up working hard to fix it. It's like we're a team, and we know we're a team, and if in order to win, we have to work together. It's not an individual sport. So I guess I like the fact that we're a family, and we have fun no matter what. What I learned from Coach Cannon was I learned a lot. I learned not to be scared, always have confidence, drive in when you need to. It's just a game. It's playing basketball. It's not like you have to do something, it's just read and react like he says. Have fun out there.
Aurelia, her main qualities would be leadership and the way she's taken over that leadership role for the team. She stays positive regardless of the negative that happens on the court or even off the court. And that's what we need going forward. And she's taken that, and that's why she's one of the team captains. As a point guard for Aurelia, she's still learning the position, but what I like about her is that she is aggressive as a point guard. She'll take up a challenge, so if I see something on the court that she is doing or is not doing, she'll take up that challenge rather than say, well, I don't want to do it or I don't feel like doing it. She will take up that challenge and actually take what I say to her or what I suggest to her out there and apply it on the court.
My overall GPA I've been getting since high school is 4.3 average. You gotta study, make time. Time is a big thing. You gotta get your schedule straight. Like if you're doing sports or not, you gotta be able to manage, okay, well I have practice, at this time I need to study or do homework. And you just gotta be on your stuff just to keep your grades up. What I would like to do when I graduate, I wanna go to college, obviously. And I wanna become a pediatrician. So I've been taking classes now in high school to get me ready so when I do go to college, I'm kind of prepared to be able to take those classes to become that pediatrician.
Finesse on me, finesse on three. 1, 2, 3, finesse!
My name is Jalen Stocklin. I'm a senior here at Cone High School, and I play football. Back in 2005, my older brother started playing football, and I got jealous because I used to like to do the things he did. So I signed up, but they said I was too young, so I had to wait an extra year, so that just driven me a lot more, and that's when it started. I play linebacker and fullback. If I had to pick a favorite, it'd be linebacker because I get to be more aggressive on the field and make more tackles, and I'm more in charge of the defense than I am on offense. So. Some challenges of being a linebacker, first of all, is being able to play physical enough with the defense or offensive linemen, and also being able to catch up with the receivers and running backs out the backfield. Oh, I love playing fullback as well. Just it's a little more challenging too because it changes the whole mood between linebacker and fullback. I have to, instead of trying to be the one destroying the ball, I'm protecting it now, and I have to do whatever I can to protect our quarterback and running backs. So.
Go! Go!
Oh man, I'm loving the team this year. We still have that family bond that we've been trying to bring these last couple years. I love it. They're a wild bunch. They're always ready to go. I just love being out there with them. One thing I've learned from Coach Rogers that I know will stick with me after I leave Cone High School is adversity, that we're always going to face it, but the type of man you are is shown by how you act upon it, as in letting it get to you or overcoming it.
Jalen is a four-year player for us, the three-year starter. He's been everything that you can ask for from a captain, a leader. He's a two-year captain for us. Just a really great kid. We use him at fullback on offense. He does a lot of the dirty work and doesn't get a lot of the credit for that. On defense, he's one of our leaders on defense. He's middle linebacker. He flies around, makes plays, and does a great job. He's involved in several things. I know he's an officer in our Best Buddies program, which helps out our special needs students. He's also involved in our choir program, and I think it's a Christian club that he's involved in too. So he does a lot of stuff in the community, and he's a standout there as well on the football field and in the classroom.
So outside of football, I'm also still a varsity wrestler and a varsity track athlete. I'm involved in chamber choir with the Best Buddy organization, Christian club, chamber choir club, fitness club, success club, and Reformers in Action. I'm also the president of that club. So my overall GPA is a 3.35 right now, and my goal is to go to college and major in criminal justice and corrections. Some advice, especially coming to Cone, I would give someone trying to play sports here is not be afraid to fail, because we've failed multiple times in these last 4 years, but we have overcome them all, just like the adversity thing I was talking about. They can't let the adversity get to them. They can overcome anything they put their mind to.
Hi, I'm Ashley Gaines with the EDCT Foundation, San Bernardino Community College District. We're starting the 1 Million Cups program from the Kauffman Foundation, starting October 5th, the first Wednesday of every month. Come join us as we talk about entrepreneurship. We'll be having 2 entrepreneurs do their business plan, elevator pitch, and everyone else can sit and talk and learn from their experiences. And it's just going to be an entrepreneur ecosystem that we're creating so that we can all learn from one another. For more information, go to edctfoundation.org. And once again, I'm Ashley Gaines, Director of the EDCT Foundation. Thank you so much.
My name is Jennifer Ramirez. I'm in 12th grade and I'm currently attending Pacific High School. I got into the sport when I was in middle school. So I had an older sister, her name was Carla, and so she played all of the sports. And so me as a little sister, I always wanted to play whatever sport she played. So when she played volleyball, I decided to play volleyball. The thing I like best about volleyball is definitely just being around my friends, because we all have something way more in common than just going to school together. And that definitely brings us closer, because volleyball, it's brought me closer to some people that I didn't think I was going to be closer to. Well, I play all around, but the position I usually focus on is middle blocker, and that's what my Coach G, usually has me practice on most during practice. The thing I'm working on my serve is definitely my jump height, because I don't jump as high as I would like to jump, and that goes for serving and setting. So I kind of do my own version of jump serving because of the fact that I don't jump as high as some servers do. So I'm definitely working on that, and I'm trying to improve on jumping higher and finding a way where if I'm hitting a way that my approach is going to work for me, to where I can jump high enough to hit the ball. One important thing that I've learned from Coach Gonzalez is definitely how to keep going through tough times, and that's not only on the court but off the court. Like with my academics, if I'm having a hard time, it's just the fact that you just got to keep going and you got to keep fighting for what you want, and that's what she taught us also on the court. If you want to win, you can't just give up. You have to keep going. You have to fight for it.
So I met Jennifer as a player pretty much this year. I knew her around campus. I know she played last year. This is my first time doing volleyball. Her strongest position is hitting from the outside. and the middle. She's our middle hitter. She plays all around for me. I don't have a substitute for her, so she can pretty much play any spot, but her strongest is the front row. She's just always positive, regardless if somebody does something wrong. She gives them, positive criticism and tells them they can get it back or do better. So she's very upbeat. She's competitive, but knows how to be a captain as far as leading the team. She leads by example, but also gives good criticism.
I think team chemistry is definitely important because, and especially it's not on the court, it's definitely more off the court, because if you guys are good together off the court, you guys are going to be even better when you guys are on the court. My current GPA is a 3.7, and I would like to attend San Diego State University, and I would want to major in psychology and probably have like a minor in sociology. The most influential person in my life is definitely my stepdad, because he's taught me, if you want something, you have to work hard to get it.
My name is Jonathan Saporn. I go to Pacific High School. I'm a junior, and I play football. When I was a little kid, I would always play football with my brothers, and then they would play football in high school, and I always looked up to them. So they wanted me to play high school football when I entered the 9th grade, and that's what I did. I play right offensive tackle, and to me, the most hardest part about playing that position is picking up the blitzes on the outsides, reading everything, making sure your defender doesn't get to the quarterback, because that's my job to protect him. The funnest part about playing it is knocking people down and just making them mad because they can't get through. My favorite thing about coming to practice is just seeing how much we improved, and it really shows, because when we go to games, it's everything is put together, and it shows how much we've grown. This year is I don't know, it's hard to explain. We've done so good, started off 5-0, and I never experienced being on an undefeated team before. So to me, it was really, really good, and I just love it. I like winning. One thing I learned from Coach Aragon is that I should always do good in school, stay out of trouble, and just do what I do best, and hopefully get a scholarship and go out of state.
Let's go, one more this side, two that side, we're done. Got it?
As a football player, Jonathan's one of our leaders on the offensive line. He's been in our program for 2 years now. Exciting, he gets to come back next year. He just leads that whole group, and he's doing a great job this year. He's part of one of the biggest reasons we're at 5-1 right now. He plays our front side tackle, so he prevents anyone knocking our quarterback in the mouth. So he's his front side protector, and he does a great job at that. Well, as a player, he's already one of our strongest guys on the team. He lifts the most and squats, benches the most. Probably work on his speed a little bit more and get him a little bit quicker. That'll be probably enhance his game a lot.
My GPA is a 3.8 GPA, and what I would like to do after high school is try to get accepted to the college I want to go to. My most important person in my life is, I'd say, Coach Joe, because he's been my lineman coach since I was a freshman, and he's always been there.
My name is Jelena Juarez. I'm in the 12th grade and I attend San Bernardino High School. I started playing volleyball originally as a sophomore, but my freshman year I knew I wanted to play as a sophomore, so I played at a local YMCA and to just better myself and my skills. And then I tried out sophomore year and I've just been playing since then. In practice, we usually pepper first and then we always do serving and we always do receiving. And for my position as a setter, I work on setting all the time because I'm a setter and it's really important for me to always get reps in every practice. It's difficult being a setter because the ball, you always have to get to the ball, and sometimes when you don't get a perfect pass, it might be hard to set the perfect set. For serving, I just work on trying to get it like closer to the net, so not lollipop. And try, like, once I get that first one over, then I start bringing it harder and directing it more. And I want to work on directions to give it more a variety of serves instead of just that one serve that person knows I'm going to always go to. I like to switch it up. I've learned a lot from Coach O. He's one of my first coaches. He's taught me a lot about the game that I never knew before. And I like him as a coach because he just keeps me up, like, as a captain. I liked how he put me as a captain and he made me step up. And, like, as a setter, like, I had to step up, and I like that. Like, it's a push for me to do better.
As far as Jelena is concerned, her strengths, they're just numerous. She's learned a lot about the game, and she knows how to position the players, know how to command their attention. When they're not as focused, she can bring them back into focus and concentrate on the game. It's been a pleasure working with her these past few years. Last year she was the junior scholar athlete, female junior scholar athlete, and I'm pretty sure she'll be voted as the senior scholar athlete this year.
My GPA is a 4.6, and after high school, I'm going to a 4-year for sure. But I don't know what college I want to go to. I'm still undecided. I want to explore different colleges around California. I would have to say my parents are the most important people in my life for 2 different reasons. My dad, because I know he'll criticize me and tell me what I'm doing wrong and push me to be the athlete and be the person that I want to be and tell me the truth. And my mom, because she'll always support me through anything. Like, she supports me through volleyball when I wasn't able to play, and she kept me wanting to play.
My name's Madison Fierro. I'm 15 years old and I go to Arroyo Valley High School. I play shooting guard and post and point guard. I'm an all-round player because of my height and my skill levels, as Coach Mike puts it. But I think I like shooting guard most because I'm really good at three-pointers, and when I get out there for shooting guard, I just feel better playing at that position than post and point guard. The toughest position I play is probably point guard because the pressure relies on you to make all the good passes and call out the plays, and I'm not very good at that because I'm a shooting guard still. As a team, we work on layups. The shooting guards go to the next court and we shoot around for us to get our shots up, and then the post players practice posting. And I switch around because Coach wants me to be an all-round player. I'm working on my wrist strengthening like Larry Bird used to do, and Klay Thompson, all his shots, and Stephen Curry and LeBron James, how they keep their form up. That's what I'm trying to do. And then put more spiral on the ball when you shoot it, so then it'll go in much better. I learned from Coach Mike that whenever you shoot the three-pointer, you have to take a deep breath and don't rush it. Because if you rush it, you're going to mess up.
Madison Fierro plays small forward and off guard for us.
Because of her shooting ability and her IQ for the game of basketball, we have the flexibility to move her around to where sometimes she can even play small forward, but more so like a power forward. You know, she's a great all-around basketball player. She's been playing for a little while now, and you know, we're looking forward to her upside for the remainder of the year. Fierro's injury is an ACL injury that is pretty much healed up at this point. We're hoping to get her back toward the second half of league. Madison, since she's been injured, she's been working on her dribbling ability, getting stronger. I believe, you know, she already had a great touch on her shot, but I believe that once she gets back on the floor, that her shot will be, you know, that much more effective and deeper for us.
My GPA right now is like a 3.0. That's good. It's an average, but I can do better. I know I can do better. And then I would like to play overseas in Paris because I'm taking French too, and I like France. So I would like to play over there. And once I'm done, I'll go to WNBA. The people who shaped my life the most is my sister, Maria, and my best friend, Haley Vergara, and Coach Mike.
My name is Marquand Jones, and I'm currently a senior at Indian Springs High School. I initially started playing when I was in the 4th grade, I think, and then I played for the San Jose Spartans over there by San G. When I first started playing football, like the thing that was mainly set me apart from everyone else is my speed. I was always fast, but I didn't know how to tackle, but after a while I learned how to, and I became very good at it. I play running back, middle linebacker, outside linebacker, and defensive back. My favorite is probably running back because I get to carry the ball for my team and help us move forward and score touchdowns. At middle linebacker, what I'm trying to work on is making sure that I'm calling the plays and setting up the defensive line correctly, because as a middle linebacker, it's one of your jobs to do that. And then at defensive back, when I play defensive back, I feel the most confident in myself because I know that I'm fast and I feel like I could cover anybody. The best thing I like about practice is being able to bond with my team while also working hard towards our goal. First we do early outs, and then after that we get into like offensive individuals, our special teams, and then like after offensive individuals we do like inside run and then team offense, and then we do the same thing with defense, individuals and then team D and 7-on-7s. Coach McMillan likes to see players that are determined and motivated. He likes to see people like work hard. One thing that I learned from Coach McMillan is to always believe in yourself.
Marquand Jones is a good student. He plays both sides of the ball for us. He's going to go to college and maybe try to pursue baseball as well as graduate from college, maybe go into grad school. Marquand plays outside backer, middle backer, defensive back, and running back. He's fast. Marquand is fast. He likes to move quick to the ball, and he knows how to follow directions. I just think he'll be successful in the future because he works hard and he believes in, getting good grades and getting after it.
The advice that I give to somebody who's like first going into a sport is to believe in yourself and never give up, because you never know, you might be better than the players that have been playing for a long time if you work hard enough. My overall GPA is currently a 3.5, and I'm hoping to bring it up this semester. And then after high school, I plan on attending a 4-year university and studying psychology so that I could go into the field of crime, being a crime scene investigator. The most influential people in my life is my family and some of my teachers, because they always motivate me and make me believe in myself.
My name is Michael Davis. I go to Arroyo Valley High School. I'm a senior and I play basketball. I first got into basketball when I started playing in middle school. I never really took it as a serious thing until I actually hit high school, so that's when it started getting very serious for me. The positions I play is point guard and shooting guard. I actually like point guard. I like handling the ball a lot. I like dishing that ball out to my teammates. Hard part about being a point guard is sometimes when teammates aren't available, you just have to create things when there's nothing there. Well, I just try to work as hard as I can every time I get on the court or anything I do. That's just my mentality. I just work hard. I try to do my best. Well, as a team, we work very hard together. We try to help each other out as much as we can with one another. Maybe somebody might not understand what they're supposed to be doing, so we try to communicate with one another to help each other understand what exactly should we be doing to become successful. Okay, offensively, I try to work to become a better dribbler and passer because I love distributing the ball. Just seeing my teammates score, even when they can't score, maybe somebody else can score. So I take a lot of pride in passing. Coach Mason, what he likes to see is he likes us moving the ball a lot. He really loves ball movement because he feels that, well, not that he feels, but it's true. When we move the ball, the more we move the ball, the more we get open shots, the more we get score. One thing that I always remember is he taught me to just go hard, just do everything, just don't leave any regrets, just play as hard as you can.
Michael Davis is a basketball player that has improved a ton since I first saw him 3 or 4 years ago. He's worked incredibly hard. He's not the tallest, he doesn't jump the highest, and he's not the fastest, but he has gotten the most out of what God has given him, and he's improved a ton and should be a candidate for an all-league player or an all-tournament team coming up. He's a starter for us, starting at the point guard spot or the shooting guard, depending on matchup and need. Really proud coaching him. He's also great academically and should have a great rest of the season. I would say his biggest strength is that he's not a selfish player. His handles have improved a lot. He's able to kind of take his man off the dribble and then he'll kick it out. But then he's also worked on his set shot. That three-pointer in the corner, and he's able to, and thus far, 5 games in, has been knocking that down at about a 40% rate from outside.
The most influential people in my life would be my father and Coach Mason because they just pushed me and helped me work so hard, and they don't allow me to give up ever. So when things don't go right, they help me understand that not everything's going to go right, even though I may be upset about it. So they just work with me and help me so much. So currently my GPA is a 3.14. And after high school, I plan on attending college and becoming a physical therapist.
My name is Raymond Garcia. I go to San Bernardino High School, and I am in the 10th grade. My first year playing football was actually last year as a freshman, and I always wanted to play football as a kid, but I was just like too small. My brother always used to play, so I used to watch him. But once I got in high school, my parents finally let me play, so ever since then, I'm just trying to hustle out there and just get better. Well, first off, I play slot receiver, and I also play corner, DB, and actually I'm better at DB instead of slot receiver. Last year, I wasn't really an offensive player either. I was just a defensive player, but I'm still like working on my offense. But my defense is strong. I feel like I'm getting better day by day, and I'm just trying my best out there doing what I can for the team. The toughest part about playing a defensive back is that, I'm kind of small myself, so I always have to face bigger and better opponents, but I still never give up. I try my best and do what I can for my team. Well, our team is young. Majority of them are all sophomores, and we still work hard out there, but we could do better. I know we could do better. Most of us work hard out there, and I know that since I'm a sophomore, majority of teams are sophomores. As the years go on, we're going to get better, work as a family and a team, and progress.
We pass every time, we never run.
One thing Coach Imbriani taught me is just never to give up. Just always go 100%, no matter what, hurt or not. Just do it for the team.
Raymond Garcia, basically the sophomore. Sophomores have been thrown into action, have to play both ways, to do whatever they can to help us. Yeah, we're sophomore strong. We have from a quarterback to a running back to receivers we have 4 linemen coming back. They're sophomores. 3 of them are starting right now on our team. Well, the kicker is even a sophomore. So it's a growing pains, but it's only for the future. It's going to be stronger when it comes to the next 2 years. For next year for Raymond and a lot of my boys, I need to get them in the weight room to get stronger, pick up some speed, and it's really just stronger. Because they're knowing the game, they're playing every game. As a 10th grader, not a lot of guys get to do that. So once you get stronger, it's just going to be better.
My overall GPA is in the range of 3.0, 3.2. My classes are kind of hard, so struggling here and there. But I still work my hardest to keep it 3.0 or higher. But after high school, I hope to attend a 4-year college and maybe play football still. The most important people in my life is my parents, because first they put me on this earth, so I'm doing football for my dad mainly. He always wanted me to play football. I just like I said, when I was younger, I couldn't always, but I always work out there grinding for my dad and my mom too, because I love them both. Also, my teammates mean a lot to me too, because I'm here with them every day, learning and progressing with them, and they're just family to me.
My name is Shanice Webb. I attend Pacific High School. I'm a senior and I play basketball. Well, I've been playing since I was in 7th grade. I started to play because my brothers and my sisters was playing at first. And I just love playing now. I'm a starting shooting guard, and then I'm a point guard only when our point guard's not in. My favorite position is shooting guard. Point guard, I don't really like dribbling the ball, so they depend on me to catch and shoot, so I can do that. The best part is when I make a basket from the three-point line, and then the toughest is when we down by like 2 or 3 and they depend on me to make a shot. The things we do in practice are we do 3-man weave, layups, and then we do free throws, and we do horseshoe. The best part of practice is when we all show up and then we all play 5-on-5 or do drills. We play well as a team on our good days, and then we communicate well on the court. We show each other respect and stuff. Like, don't put each other down. The thing I'm trying to get better at is my dribbling. Trying to take over and dribble down the court when my point guard is hurt, or out of breath. One thing I learned from Coach Gonzalez is she showed us how to play together, like play as a team instead of playing by ourselves. She likes to see sportsmanship, us talking on the court, and getting back on fast breaks.
Shawnice this year has grown tremendously as a basketball player and as a leader on the court. She's one of the captains, and she just takes leadership roles now, and she's just very defensive oriented. She's in your face, playing defense, but also she knows when to score. So she can take it in or she can shoot the three-point shot, and that's one of her strengths. She's a tremendous student. She has over a 3.5 GPA. I had her as a TA, and she just did all the little things that I needed. If it was putting stuff up or doing grades, she's just reliable in that aspect, and she always puts academics first.
My GPA is a 3.20. After high school, I like to attend Cal State Fullerton to study in criminal justice, being a detective. The person that most influenced me is my grandma. She's been there for us for a long time, and she influenced me because she always tell me that because I'm going to be the first one to go to college, so she said, always play hard, don't give up, even if you have attitude.
Hi, I'm Ashley Gaines with the EDCT Foundation, San Bernardino Community College District. We're starting the 1 Million Cups program from the Kauffman Foundation, starting October 5th, the first Wednesday of every month. Come join us as we talk about entrepreneurship. We'll be having 2 entrepreneurs do their business plan, elevator pitch, and everyone else can sit and talk and learn from their experiences. And it's just going to be an entrepreneur ecosystem that we're creating so that we can all learn from one another. For more information, go to edctfoundation.org. And once again, I'm Ashley Gaines, Director of the EDCT Foundation. Thank you so much.
My name is Tomato LaCour, fullback, senior, Arroyo Valley High School. I started playing when I was in the 6th grade. Started on John American for the Hawks. I didn't get into it until my brother, older brother, he graduated here, he played here, and that's how I got started in it. I played fullback, linebacker, sometimes DN, but I like linebacker more because physical hitting. Tough part is not to get blocked. You got to shut them off and make a play. My favorite part is being physical, hitting, mostly tackling defense. I like blocking for my running back. Team this year, they listen to me because I'm the leadership on the team, and everything I say, they'll do it, or I tell them they'll yell at each other, they don't yell, pick up the next play. What we do at practice is we stretch, we run plays, defense, offensive endos, we work as a team, we go, when we run hundreds, and we don't complain, we just run it. What I learned from Coach Stewart is, work together, don't fight with your teammates, push each other, academics, grades, so you can play at the next level. He likes to see physical, tackling, and not bad mistakes.
Tomato LaCour, I've known him for a while now. As a youngster, coming around watching us practice. He used to always say, "Coach Stewart, one day I'm gonna come start for your football team." Oh, okay, keep it up, youngster. I'll see you when you get up here. And he got here and he did exactly that. He actually plays defensive line, which is D tackle, which is in the middle of all the action in the trenches. But he also plays middle linebacker. He played a lot of middle linebacker for his last 2 years actually. And so the thing about him is his build actually. He's not that tall, but he's thick and he's wide, so he clogs up a lot of space, and that's what you want in football, especially inside. And he has a rugby background, so he's not afraid of contact. So when he comes inside, and he's already in the middle of the defense, He causes problems for offenses. He's aggressive, and he's wide, and he's strong, and he's kind of compact for college standards. But he gets low to the ground. And he actually fills his gap. So from a football standpoint, he's aggressive, and when he's in the trenches, he's an animal.
My GPA is 2.56. After high school, I plan to attend any college, university, or community so I can play ball. The most important person in my life is my mom, because she wakes me up every morning, tells me to get on top of school, don't be lazy, don't slack off, finish hard. My name's Tony Evans. I'm in the 12th grade. I go to Pacific High School and I play varsity basketball. I actually started playing basketball in my old state, my old town, Texarkana, Arkansas. I played at North Heights Junior High. I started my 7th grade year. We moved out here and I started playing for Pacific High School in 11th grade. I made the varsity basketball team and became the captain. I play point guard and shooting guard, but preferably I'd rather play point guard because I'm the floor manager. I get everything going. I tell everyone where to go, what's the adjustments that we have to make to win the game or whatever, Challenges of being the point guard, you got to take charge for everything. Like, whether we win or lose is going to be on me because I'm the floor general. Like, I have control of the game, so everything is on me. Right now, I'm working on, my ball handling, getting up shots, taking more shots in the game, more closer shots at that. And I'm working on my attitude and the way I carry myself because if you carry yourself a certain way, it leads on to your teammates and everything. So I have to make sure that mine's grade A. I have to upgrade on that. Coach Vaughn, he's a great coach. He taught me a lot. He played point guard himself, so he giving me all that he had. So I just got to take on that. He's a great coach though. He knows exactly what he's doing. I just have to feed off of it and do whatever he tells me is right. He's been through it. I haven't. He's making sure I can get up shots, any shots I want in the game. He want me my ball handling. He want all that nice and perfect where I can do anything I want in the game.
As a basketball player, Tony Evans has grown a lot over the past year and a half that I've known him. His work ethic is very high up there. Right now, we're just working on his leadership skills. Well, for us, he's playing point guard. His strengths are his athleticism. He's quick. He can get to the basket very well, and he's athletic enough to finish over bigger players. Tony also played football as well, and last year after basketball season, he ran track. So he's a multi-sport athlete who has high goals for himself.
Well, my GPA currently stands at 3.4 right now. When I graduate high school, I plan on playing college basketball. That's my first and pathway or whatever, But second, if I
Some of the benefits for having community centers, it gives kids a safe place to go after school. It's a safe, fun place that runs programs. My name is Matt Douglas. I am the program coordinator at Delman Heights Community Center. Our goals for the center is to have a lot of programming, to get acclimated with the communities, just to let them know that we are here, we are running programs, and to get the community involved. So far, the kids are enjoying our arts and crafts program, our homework help, and our basketball program. Homework help, we offer that Monday through Thursday from 3:30 to 4. You can come in, you can bring in your homework, and we'll help you. If you need assistance, we'll help you out with that. We like to have active participation with our parents. We don't always get that, but we encourage the parents to be active in their kids' life and their community's life.
My name's Justine Oliveira, and I am 10 years old. What I like best about coming here is that we get to play and have fun with other kids. Today I made a Christmas puppet, and they're going to paint my face, and we were playing bingo.
My name is Cheryl Ford. I'm here at Delman Heights Community Center. I am a senior rec leader. I help the kids. We have different programs. They come in for homework help. We do arts and crafts. The kids like most out of the program that's here at Delman Heights is that they're off the street. And when they come here, they can see that someone is paying attention to them, giving them something to do, and having them instructed instead of being elsewhere, getting in trouble or whatever. And even though, they have their parents there, but they have someone else to lean on and talk to. Because I talk to my kids here. I call them my kids. So I talk to my kids here, and we're all just loving it.
So here at Delman Heights, we're doing a food distribution program. We're in partnership with the food bank. We do food commodities every third Wednesday of every month. And that'll be from 9 a.m. to 1 p.m. Our food commodities comes from the food bank. It's a nonprofit group here in San Bernardino.
Commodities, we just started that back up. It's once a month, every third Wednesday of the month. The seniors, they come in, they bag up the food, and then on the next day, the community come in and they give out the food. We are going to have a grand opening January 11th, and we would like for our community to come down to support us and to raise back up this park.
If you want to know more about our programming from the center, you can come down to 2969 North Flores Street, San Bernardino, or you can give us a call at 909-880-1362.
My name is Lakeisha Jackson, and I am the Intern Recreation Program Supervisor for the Fish Street Senior Center. Fish Street Senior Center has been open since December 14th, 1977, 37 years. And what we do here is we provide programming for those who are 60 years of age and better. Well, some of the activities we offer are billiards, crochet, puzzles, board games. Some of the programs we offer are computer classes, rug hookers, bingo, senior nutrition program. The computer lit activity pretty much consists of our RSVP program volunteers who assist seniors who come in with learning how to use the computer. A lot of seniors are not adjusted to technology, so it's a good way for them to learn the basics. Our billiards activity is just basic. Seniors come in from 8 o'clock to 4 o'clock, and they're allowed to play just at their own leisure. We do have our ongoing gentlemen who play on a daily basis, but sometimes you'll get a few people that come in that have never played, and they love it.
My name is Gabino Tucker. The reason why I like it here is because the fellowship. We get along together without even knowing each other. That's a good deal. We play a straight 8 ball, 115, scooter ball, 9 ball, but most of the time it's 115. We're pretty good too at it. We've got the competition for anybody.
The senior nutrition program is run 5 days a week, Monday through Friday, from 11:30 to 12:30. It's a $1.75 donation for those who are 60 years of age and better. And of course, that means they do not have to give a donation if they cannot afford it. The senior nutrition program dinner program normally starts at 3 o'clock to 3:45. And of course, it's the same procedure. It's a $1.75 donation or not. And it's run the same way as the senior nutrition program. It's just dinner. 51. The Fish Street Senior Center bingo program is run by RSVP volunteers who have been here longer than I have. And it's a quarter for each card, and of course you get one free. The bingo program is every Thursday from 1 to 3 o'clock. And pretty much the seniors can win little items, gift cards, jewelry, and home decor.
My name is Aida Flores. I work here since 6 years ago, and it's very, very beautiful place. This building is for people who have 60 and older. They come for many activities, and we have a lot of people, almost 860 people. They come only for enjoy the place, come for the food, come for the games, for activities. The people love this place because this building is the first senior center in San Bernardino.
For more information about the Fish Street Senior Center, you can call 909-384-5435, or you can get on the city's website at www.sbcity.org.
I am Colby Kramer, and I am the instructor at Paris Hill Park Ceramics, which is a ceramic studio in San Bernardino. And we offer everything from hand building to wheel working to glaze instructions and also different firing techniques. We have everything from a cone tin firing kiln to raku to a barrel kiln. We also do sagger firings, full wheel instructions, hand building, all different types of ceramic techniques. Basically anything you could possibly dream up in ceramics, we do at this studio. Now, the first step is actually called wedging. And what wedging is it basically de-airs the clay, and it also blends the clay and helps mix the clay. Now, once you're on the wheel, the first step is called sintering, and sintering is by far the most important step of throwing. Now, what sintering does is it makes sure that your clay isn't going to wobble on you. And once you're sintered, it's extremely easy to make a piece of pottery after that. So then after you sinter the clay, the next step is to open the piece and then to lift, which is where the piece gains height and it also thins out the clay. Ceramics has been around since the beginning of mankind, and it's really neat to do something that is so old. And pottery also is the ultimate experience of freedom. And when I say that, I mean that you basically take dirt, just a lump of dirt, and you can make anything you want. There's really no restrictions to what you can make. A lot of the benefits that students get by taking this class is a change in mindset, and I think that would be the biggest overall thing. Most people, when they look at a rusty fence, they see a rusty fence. And even one of my good friends that is taking my class never used to look at bridges. And now he's taking pictures of bridges, old rusty fences. His view of aesthetics on the world have actually truly changed. And I think that's a very powerful thing with art. The reason why I continue to actually make ceramics is the freedom of it. And it just allows you to make anything that you want and anything that you think. And also, it's a really big kind of meditation. In a sense, it's very calming and soothing. And it's also just a lot of fun. I mean, there's a lot of good people that do it, and we just have a lot of fun making it. Anybody that's thinking about taking this class, I'd recommend just coming out and trying it. Because once you try it, you're hooked, and it's just going to become a part of you, like it became a part of me. As of right now, we have classes on Wednesday from 10 to basically 3. And on Saturdays from 12 until about 5. The cost of the program is $44 a month for non-San Bernardino residents, and it is $40 a month for San Bernardino residents. And that includes all firing fees. If anybody would like any information about the class, you can visit the City of San Bernardino website and go underneath Parks and Recreation and look up the ceramics program.
Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu teaches you self-defense. It teaches you to neutralize your opponent. My name is Julio Salcedo, and I'm the instructor at the United Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu class here at Lido Creek. Lido Creek Community Center is one of the various community centers that is run by the city's Parks, Recreation, and Community Services Department. What we do in each class is first we try to institute some sort of physical discipline. That's why we do warm-ups. Warm-ups are usually more difficult than in other martial arts, and that's because when we do the moves, when we try to teach technique, we want the students to have their muscles warmed up and to be flexible in order to avoid injury. After the warm-ups, what we try to do is learn a move. We usually focus on a move for a long time because with repetition comes muscle memory. After that, we usually go to sparring. Sparring is when you when you put one student against the other, of course, taking into consideration that safety is always our first priority in order to measure how the student is progressing in his or her technique. Ready? Let's start. Shake hands.
My name is Jose Mata. I've been in this program for at least three years. The favorite thing I have to say is pretty much is the warm-ups.
5, 6, 7. My name is Hector Diaz. I've been involved with the program for about a year and a half now. And the thing I like most about it would probably be the warm-ups, the exercises. It's a lot of good exercises. The people here are really great, and just the chance to better myself every day. Some things Julio likes to see is that we're not afraid to admit we've made mistakes. You know, he tells us regularly it's just practice. So if you get caught, don't be afraid of that. It's the only way to better yourself is to admit you made mistakes.
I am Eric Diaz. I've been in this program for 3 years. The benefit that I get from coming to these classes are at the end you feel good about yourself.
Yeah, so just practice here, and you have to move your body. That's when we pivot. What I like best about teaching is to see the progression of the students, not only in their technique in jiu-jitsu, but also as people, as kids. Sometimes we get kids here that interrupt class, that are a little unruly, but what I like best is to see them progress, to see them become leaders. Go slow. That way he sees the moves first. There's three main people I would like to thank. First of all, yes, the staff here at the center and the city of San Bernardino for their continuous support and giving us the opportunity to teach the kids here at the center. The second group I would like to thank is the kids' parents for trusting me with their kids and teaching them self-defense and some discipline. And the third and what I would consider really important is Mr. Bromel Dunbar, which is my instructor that has been teaching me for 4 years, and that also gave me permission to bring his teachings and his skill to this class and teach the kids for free.
My name is Lena Cole, and I've been dancing since 1994. It'll be 20 years this coming February. I was mainly for exercise, plus I was a widow in 1988, so I wanted to do something, and it's wonderful for widows because you don't need a partner, and it's something to do, and it gets you out of the house and mingle with other people, so it's marvelous.
I always tell my students that one thing that I love about line dance is it just gets easier. My name is Sandra Binney. My class is the beginner class, and I'm here Wednesday mornings 11 to 1. And then Deanna's class is 1 to 3. That's an intermediate class. One of the benefits of taking my class is you can become a member of our Paris Hills Senior Line Dance group, which is going on right now. And what we do is we go out into convalescent homes and entertain the folks there. So this is just a wonderful thing for anybody. Our line dances are not just for seniors, they're for any age group.
1, 2, 3, start. 1, 2, the left foot, turn. I think you can see all the enthusiasm of all the participants. We all love to dance. We have lots of friendships here. We do a lot of fun things together. It gives us something to look forward to. My name is Deanna Allender, and I'm involved in the line dancing program here at Paris Hill Senior Center in the capacity of I've been teaching and making up the programs for each month. We do approximately 8 to 10 shows per month. We dance at retirement homes, assisted living, convalescent hospitals. We've danced at St. Bernardine's Hospital. We've danced for birthday parties, the night out for the city. Just whoever wants us to dance, we dance. You see so many things about old people sitting at home that are bored and they don't have anything to do. And this gives us something to do, and I think it adds to longevity. We have one dancer in our group that's 90 years old. Another lady that practices with it is 95. And most of us are in our 70s and 80s.
My name is Gene Bernard. I've been involved in line dancing for 20 years. I started in 1992. My wife, she retired, and she wanted me to retire and get into it. Of course, I did, and I've really enjoyed it. There's only one thing wrong. We need more men. The guys out there don't know what they're missing. All the beautiful ladies, plus the exercise. It's good for you physically and mentally, because if you don't know the dance, you can't do it. So it does take practice, and I think it's great.
We have a saying here, we don't just make warriors in martial arts, we make warriors in life. My name is Sensei Omar Kamara Muhammad. I'm the head instructor of the Inland Empire Black Karate Federation, the Inland Empire Institute of Martial Arts. We're located at the Hernandez Community Center in San Bernardino. Our martial arts program is a contracted program for the city of San Bernardino's Park and Recreation. So we drew up a proposal to actually offer a martial arts program to Meadowbrook area of San Bernardino, to the children over here in this area and surrounding areas. So you don't have to just be in this community, you can actually come from other communities as well. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. As far as martial arts goes, what I teach here is martial arts doesn't teach you how to fight, it teaches you how to avoid fighting. Once you know that you've already won the battle, there's no need to fight the battle. You can walk away knowing that this is not worth it. Downward block. In our children's class, we stick mostly with the self-defense aspect. We do mostly what's known as the Star Block set, teaching them the basics of blocking.
My name is Diana, and I like best about karate that you get to get exercise and kick.
Control that kick. Just throw that kick out. There you go.
My name is Alejandro Gonzalez, and I've been coming to karate classes for 4 years. My favorite part of coming to class is to learn new techniques that I can be able to demonstrate in competitions, or learning new techniques to be able to help me defend myself. My sensei, Omar Muhammad, expects us to do well not only in our class, but in our academics and our attitude at school. We have to get good grades in order for us to come to class. He says our homework is our first priority.
Ready, last one, go. As far as the children sparring, It's them just getting ready for competition in a controlled atmosphere.
Ready? Fight. Come on, Ronald.
My name is Ronald, and I like sparring. I've been taking karate class 7 years.
There you go, Cashmere. Use your feet. Sidekick. I try to get every one of my children to buy into the fact that there is nobody greater than themselves. The only person greater than themselves is God. So as long as they know that they are important, that they are the best, then they will perform the best. They will do their best. They will not settle for anything but their best. What keeps me going is when I get here, my energy level automatically lifts because my kids they come in with a smile on their face every single time. They come in ready to work. I enjoy it. I love it. I love the energy that my kids give me. And when they give me positive energy and they fill me up with positive energy, I try to give them positive energy back.
My name's Patrick. I've been playing for 5 years. I've been coming to this clinic for 2.5 years. My favorite thing about coming to this clinic is we play lots of tennis. There are a lot of good players. And VJ.
Well, my name is VJ Scotliff, and I'm the head tennis coach here at Parrisville Park. This is Parrisville Tennis Center. It's a public park where people can actually come and play tennis for free. And I'm here to basically do anybody needs personal, private, or group lessons. I started giving them 1 or 2 private lessons about 25 years ago. At Parrisville Park, I've been out here for 13 years.
I'm Andy Zanforlin, and I've been playing tennis for about 6 to 8 years. I started playing tennis when my dad, he's sort of a tennis player, and he wanted to teach me how to play tennis because my whole family knows how to play tennis. I like to come to this clinic because there's a lot of better players here than my other clinic that I used to go to, and it sort of gives me a challenge, but it really helps me advance in being a better player.
Tennis it develops such great, strong personality because a lot of the
can't be in session without a quorum at all.
City Attorney, will you give us a report from closed session?
Yes, Mayor. In the matter of Placo versus, or Placo San Bernardino LLC versus the City of San Bernardino, the Mayor and the Mayor and Council acting on behalf of the successor agency gave directive regarding pending litigation by vote of 4-0 in all of these decisions. Councilmen's Barrios, Valdivia, and Mulvihill were absent from today's closed session. In the case of AMF 1278 versus the City of San Bernardino, Council gave litigation directive by vote of 4-0. In the case of El Corte Ingles, Council gave negotiation directive by vote of 4-0. In the case of Christian Bauer versus City of San Bernardino, Council gave litigation directive by vote of 4-0. In the case of City versus J.P. Morgan, Chase Bank, Council gave settlement directive by vote of 4-0. In the case of City versus Tony Lamb, Council gave settlement directive by vote of 4-0. That concludes the report for closed session today.
Thank you. Any further comments from Council? If not, this meeting is adjourned until February 21st at 2 p.m.